5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says the best way forward for the country is to pass the torch to a new generation. And a former Uvalde CISD officer makes his first court appearance today. More coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 72. Right now, 74 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above personal ambition in an address explaining his decision to end his re-election campaign. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public office, President Biden says.
There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices.
The president says he believes his record and vision for the country did merit a second term.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
In his final 6 months in office, President Biden says he's committed to keep working on bringing down costs, addressing the climate crisis, and ending the war in Gaza by seeing the release of Israeli hostages. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden's speech was fairly short, and SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson says he did not offer many new details about his decision to end his re-election campaign.
We didn't get a lot of specifics in terms of exactly why there was such a change of heart between Saturday and Sunday. So, it was a nice kind of valedictory for President Biden.
He says the speech likely won't sway people's opinions about whether Biden should continue in office. Meantime, former President Trump is ramping up his verbal attacks on Kamala Harris now that she's a presumptive Democratic presidential nominee. He spoke at a North Carolina rally yesterday about his likely opponent.
And just like crooked Joe Biden, Kamala Harris is unfit to lead. She's unfit to lead. She'll destroy our country in a year.
Harris, meanwhile, called on Indiana Democrats to vote in the November election.
With your support, I am fighting for our nation's future.
And with questions swirling about next month's presidential debate with ABC News, Fox News is now proposing a debate between Harris and Trump. Here's Mark Mayfield.
The network has suggested the debate be held September the 17th in Pennsylvania. Trump had been scheduled to face President Biden in a second debate on September the 10th, hosted by ABC News, before Biden decided to drop out of the race. Fox News Media has sent letters to both campaigns about the proposed debate that would be moderated by Bret Baier and Martha MacCallum. Trump has said he's willing to debate Harris multiple times now that she is the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister said Iran could be funding ongoing anti-Israel protests in Washington.
I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Despite U.S. demands, Prime Minister Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, a former Uvalde School District police officer charged in connection with the failed response to the school shooting at Robb Elementary that left 19 students and 2 teachers dead is expected in court today.
Adrian Gonzalez, charged in June with 29 counts of child endangerment, is expected to plead not guilty at the Uvalde County Courthouse. According to the indictment, Gonzalez failed to engage the gunman after hearing gunshots and failed to follow his active shooter training.
Adrian Gonzalez literally passed by the shooter and did nothing to stop him. He should have just pled guilty and did his time.
Brett Cross's son, Uzziah Garcia, one of the 19 kids killed. Last week, former Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo pleaded not guilty to 10 counts of child endangerment. in Austin. Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Mayor Ron Nirenberg is supporting the idea of building a new downtown baseball stadium for the San Antonio Missions. Nirenberg issued a statement in which he suggested that city and county officials are working with the team to come up with a plan for the new stadium. A San Antonio-based ownership group officially took control of the Missions and their home field, Wolf Stadium, from the Elmore Group nearly 2 years ago. Well, Texas state lawmakers are poised to once again take on banning foreign ownership of property. An interim hearing this week focused specifically on Chinese firms looking to gobble up farmland.
It is because of China's position as a rogue nation that it is so important that they not control any portion of our food security or have easy access to conduct surveillance and reconnaissance of our military installations.
Christopher Holton with the Center for Security Policy told a State House committee that over the last decade, Chinese ownership of U.S. farmland has skyrocketed to just about $2 billion, and that includes wide swaths of Texas. It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
Good morning, everybody.
Guess who's back?
I am back.
Woo!
Well,
I gotta move.
most of me is back. I
That way?
yeah, no, other way.
Okay.
Yeah, right there, you're fine.
But look, I never do it.
I know.
I'm gonna
Well, move your camera. Oh, we're just getting the camera set up in here now.
Exactly.
It's
Jeez.
our director's dropping the ball again.
Jeez. I feel like Nico LaHood in here messing with all the cameras.
Yeah, but you're not wearing
That's
suspenders.
true. If only I was wearing
If you had suspenders on,
Man,
you
if
would
I-
be
if
Nico
I had
LaHood.
suspenders.
Okay, now I'm just catching part of you there. A little bit more. Oh, no, there's good. That's good. Yeah, there you go.
Body.
You're good now. Oh,
Charity's here. I think Director Andrew Zimmel just, since Tim's here, I mean, come on,
Yeah,
you
that's
haven't
what it
had
is.
Tim's screen time in a long time.
yeah, and they're probably happy about that.
I don't know about that, man.
Whew. Oh,
Look at that. Is that actual footage? Oh, okay. I thought
good
he
morning,
was
Sam.
coming
Good
in.
morning, Travis, Tommy, Tim, Rooster. I know you're in here, and Travis. Hello.
Yeah, welcome in, everybody. I see Ray, Tim, Sam, Echo,
Thought I saw Rooster
Travis.
earlier.
I did see Rooster earlier. It scrolled up on us.
Oh. Da-da-ba-da-ba-da-doo. Yeah, his voice that bothered me last night. I
Yeah.
was like, wait a minute, man, that's not how he used to sound.
So I'm going to go to you first since you're back. Normally we
Okay,
say,
okay.
Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
Okay,
You're the story this day.
stand by.
And tomorrow you just, in fact, next segment, you're back to chopped liver status.
That's all right.
just like
That's
me.
all right. That's all right. It's quite all right.
For one segment,
One segment.
you're
One
above
segment.
chopped
only.
liver. You're filet mignon. Welcome in to this beautiful day, Friday Eve, July 25th, 2024. One day until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics in Paris, 25 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, 44 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens, 47 days until the second presidential debate. We think there could be more before that one, and 103 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? And guess who's back? You know him, you love him, you can't get enough of him. Mr. T, Tim Merriman.
Glad to be back. Glad to be back. I missed you guys. And thank you to all the listeners for all the emails and texts and things
Cards,
that I got.
letters, flowers.
Cards, letters, flowers. I'm back.
Chocolates.
Well, most of me is back. I am missing a body part.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I had my gallbladder removed because I had gallstones have been causing me pain since back in February.
Yikes.
They finally figured out what it was, and so they took it out. But my surgeon went all Edward Scissorhands on me. I got cut 6 times this time because they had to move stuff around. She explained it all to me, but it was very painful, and it still is painful. But I'm here. I'm here. Happy to be here.
Great to have you back.
Good to have you back. The band's finally back together. Can't believe it.
Yep. Can't wait for the T-shirts.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're working on the T-shirts that you can have them printed on Amazon. Charity, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. It's Friday Eve, we should mention, which
Yes.
is very important. Very important.
Is it just me, or has this been a long week for everybody?
Just a tad.
It's been a long week. Yeah.
Just saying. Lots to talk about. President Joe Biden addresses the nation last night. We are knee deep in Decision 2024. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. Let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. A stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Then on Friday, showers in the morning. Then intermittent sunshine in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 80s. It is 72 degrees in New Braunfels, 73 at the Snake Farm, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
San Antonio's first news. He's back. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker will join us at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. He'll also join us at 8:20 in studio. I think he wants to talk about the Olympics, which officially begin tomorrow with opening ceremonies. I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon and directing our YouTube video broadcast. If you want to join us on YouTube, go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Among other things, there's a live chat in there. You can chat with us and with other viewers. Charity, last night, President Joe Biden addressed the nation from the Oval Office for about 11 minutes. Your thoughts on what he had to say?
I thought he exceeded expectations. I mean, again, he was using the teleprompter, and that's usually successful for him, although he did stumble a few times. And I think, he defied those who want him to resign now. I think Charlie Parker won that bet against Mike Opelka, who predicted that Biden would announce that he has some condition that is going to force him to resign immediately, letting VP Harris take the lead. But that didn't happen. He is determined to fill out his remainder of his term. But I was hoping for a little bit more of an explanation for his decision to exit the race, and we didn't get that.
Yeah, we got a little bit of it on, when he went in through the passing of the torch. Speaking of Charlie Parker, Mr. T, he also predicted in here yesterday that the speech would be under 15 minutes. So Charlie pretty much nailed the prophecy on this speech.
2 for 2. And like Charity, I would have liked to have a clear-cut reason why he quit the race. And other than, passing the torch. I mean, come on. It looks like something could be wrong with him.
Oh, yes.
It does. It really does. Physically.
Yeah, it could be multiple things.
Yeah. What age? Father time.
That's the biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's the biggest one. Well, we want your reaction to that speech last night. If you heard it, if you saw it. And we live in an era now where you can always just pick it right up on YouTube or elsewhere. So we'll talk about that coming up. So much going on in the world and in this election. Things change by the hour and by the minute. So we are all over your Decision 2024 coverage. Amazing guests all morning long. And we hear from you as well. WOAI News Time, 5:15.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Sonny Melendrez from Magic 105.3.
The Magic 105.3. Yeah, she did have to rearrange things, Travis. You know, my hernias, all the surgery that I had done, she had to move it around so she could see things better.
And the biggest problem was his huge manhood.
Yeah, well,
they
kept having to move
get
that.
like a partition and kind of move that out of the way. I don't know what the doctors were calling him, Mr. Tripod. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But when the doctors call you Mr. Tripod, I think it's a compliment.
Well, it doesn't hurt. All right, so no Jeanette. That's a good thing. Okay, everybody.
Rio City Road, is that near Von Army, or am I wrong?
No, that's downtown.
Benton City Road.
Benton City Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, Frio City Road's downtown, West Side downtown, you know.
West Side!
I'm telling you, man, I got a lot of rain in my house last 2 days.
We had some bursts. I wouldn't say there certainly wasn't a lot yesterday. Day before, probably. There's the Rangers' new starting pitcher.
Looks like he ate the Rangers' starting pitcher. But I tell you this much. I watched more of the British Open than I ever have in my entire life.
Yeah.
In my entire life.
Okay.
Because it was on in the morning.
Andy Everett would be so proud of you.
It was on in the morning. So I was up. And so I started watching it. It was great because it would knock me out.
Yeah, put you right to sleep.
The golf nap, as I like to call it. But I'd sleep for like 3 hours and then wake up and like, holy shit.
Yeah. Frankie, welcome in.
Good morning, Frankie.
Yes, Sam Tobias. Coffee.
Oh, you're back on the coffee again.
I'm back, man.
Damn right.
And I was off it for 10 days. That first day back on Monday,
you're all jumping,
I'm bouncing off the walls. It's amazing how quickly your body goes in the other direction. Coffee, because management frowns on crystal meth.
They do a little bit. Just a little bit.
See, if we could do this show on crystal meth, it'd be a completely different show.
It'd be a fast show. Let me tell you that right now. Everything
completely different. It'd be very fast.
Go by real fast.
We go. We be out of
together. Coming up every 10 minutes. Everybody, come on.
Special crystal meth edition of San Antonio's First News, sponsored by
High Time
Baby Blue.
Baby Blue, I like it. Planet K, everybody. Although there's a place out on 181 called Planet 420.
Really?
Apparently they're all around the city now, but there's one on 181.
I think there's one on Blanco.
Which I can say this off the air. They have a wall in there that we call the Wall of Dildos.
At Planet 420?
Yes.
They're supposed to be Planet 4, not Planet Dildo.
It's an entire wall, man.
Oh, my God.
A wall.
Are they smokable?
That I don't know. I'm not putting my lips on that thing, Chris.
Can I use this as a bong?
Don't make me laugh.
It is Planet 420, everybody.
But yeah, that's what we call
it. Why are they not a sponsor of the show? Come on.
Yeah, is anybody going in there and see
we can highlight the wall of dildos.
Stand by.
All right.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Oh, they have one in Lavernia also, according to Jacob. Have you checked out the wall?
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then, as we often do, we want to hear from you. We're going to turn it over to you. Got some questions for you coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden addressed the nation for the first time since his decision to drop out of the 2024 election. Reports indicate former President Obama is planning to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris soon, and a federal judge has denied a motion to dismiss a lawsuit in a Texas abortion case. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Got some more rain in the forecast. How much and when? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 73 degrees. WOAI News Time, 521.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, is back. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. He'll also join us in studio at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel wearing a retro Spurs Fiesta Colors logo hat, doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon, directing the YouTube broadcast that you can find at 1200 WOAI on YouTube in the next half hour. We'll go back in time in flashback. We'll also talk about what Biden said last night in his Oval Office speech, passing the torch to a younger generation. Is that going to have an impact on this election now that Donald Trump is the oldest candidate to seek the office of the presidency? I know that's weird after Biden is still in office, but technically that is correct. Trump now older than Biden was when he ran in 2020. And Charity, we would like to hear from the people as well this morning.
Yeah, using the free iHeartRadio app, you search 1200 WOAI, hit that red talkback circle, 30 seconds to let us know your thoughts on President Biden's speech last night.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's that simple because I'm sure everybody has thoughts about it. Like Charity brought up something that was on my mind last night when the speech was over is he didn't really give us a clear-cut reason why he dropped out of the race other than to say to pass the torch.
Yeah.
I would have liked to heard, hey, I just don't feel like I can do it. Something. Although if he said that, then everybody would want him out right now.
Right.
So I kind of understand why he didn't, but there had to be, a hint to something.
Yeah, I guess he had to be careful. He didn't want to give the Republicans any ammunition to call, to back up their calls for him to resign immediately because they're saying, you know what, if you can't run for re-election, if you think you're unfit for another 4 years and you're unfit to serve the remainder of your 6 years, or 6 months rather.
Yeah, it makes total sense that he would walk that fine line. I think in general, and I've always felt this way about speeches, less is more. If you're ever giving a speech at a wedding, if you're a groomsman or a maid of honor or anywhere, less is more. That speech came in at about 11 minutes. He hit all the key points he needed to hit. I agree with both of you. A little more of the reasoning. His reasoning seemed to be that, he mentioned the word ambition. It was interesting as well. He said he believed that he could serve in the next term. He wanted to continue what he was doing. He said, but I have to put the nation ahead of personal ambition. He cited the threat to democracy. He never used Donald Trump's name, but he did emphasize there is a threat to democracy and that it was very, very important that his side won this election.
Yeah, I think he tried to bring a message of unity among Americans multiple times throughout the speech. He talked about how, in this moment we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. And he talked about that we've got to act together to preserve our democracy. So I feel like he tried to bring a unifying message and at the same time attempted to defend his legacy and the policies he's laid out as far as what he believes he's accomplished.
Now, I don't know if I was the only one thinking this, but I thought that after that speech last night, we might not see him out on the road or a speech again for the rest of his 6 months.
Now, if you take him at his word, when he called into Kamala Harris's, when she went to headquarters, which used to be Biden headquarters in Delaware and now is Kamala Harris headquarters, he did say on that conference call, we heard his voice saying, I'm going to be out there with you. I'm going to be campaigning.
That's what he says,
He said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be campaigning for Kamala. So it is going to be interesting. Will
very
he
interesting.
or won't he?
Yes.
And does she want him to? And I mean, if he's going to seem kind of old and
Frail.
feeble on the campaign
Yeah.
trail. Do you want him out there campaigning for you?
But then again, does that make the case for her why she needs to be the next president for the Democrats? On one hand, yes, it's a bad look, but mainly for Biden, he is gaffe prone. But at the same time, does that further bolster Kamala Harris?
Oh, great questions that we shall explore. Lots more coming up. By the way, we got our usual stable of spectacular guests all morning long. White House correspondent John Decker, national correspondent Rory O'Neill, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, Charlie Parker a couple of times this morning. Those were the days, and in studio at 8:20. Keep it right here. WOAI News Time, 526.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm Logan Stewart with WOAI News and comments on that news. He actually was at a different radio station, but I'm not going to say their call letters.
Yes.
I'm not going to say their call letters.
I listened to him when I was a kid.
Not
all
that
the
I'm
time.
bitter. Not that I'm bitter, having at one time worked there. They treated me so well.
That's it right there.
What's that?
Travis. Hola.
A todos, mis amigos.
amigos.
Yes. Hola. A todos. Travis, dude.
Wow.
You were the,
Wow.
like, I interviewed James Silas, original Spur on the
yeah.
radio
Captain
a few years
Lake.
ago.
Yeah.
And I brought up to him, just to show my credibility, I go, Si, do you remember at that Hemisphere Arena after the games when the lights would come on and you would see the cloud of smoke up in the rafters?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you were there. You were there. Because it's like,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you weren't there,
Oh, God, I
you
remember
wouldn't know
that.
that reference. But same thing right there. Travis, hola, a todos, mis amigos.
Coffee and Tramadol.
Logan Stewart,
Echo
baby.
5 Hotel Tramadol. That's what they gave me this time.
And do you have a few left for
I have.
after,
I
after
actually
the
have,
show?
Well, they were telling me to take it every four times a day, every 6 hours. I was only taking it twice a day because, man, it would knock
You
me
save
out.
some for
Oh,
your friends.
Of course,
We're
I
going to
did.
have a Tramadol party after the show.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Instead of beers, we'll all just sit around and pop Tramadol.
Post-show Tramadol meeting.
Hey.
That was a segment about
That was awesome, dude.
Biden?
It was awesome, man. I've got some audio from Mr. Biden. If you want to just call for it.
Yes. Oh, by the way, we did not use enough audio.
We did?
While you were gone. Yes. And that's on me.
That's all right. That's hard, man.
Yeah. Unlike the Secret Service director for several days, I fall on my sword.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew that she was going away, man. There was no way she could stay.
I am the Kimberly Cheadle of
That
San
was
Antonio's First News.
such a bad look for them, man. My God.
Hydrocodone, says Trent. That somebody once I had major back problems, and somebody gave me some Flexeril. You ever heard of-
Flexeril. Oh, yeah.
Oh my!
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, thank
All
you.
your alls are good.
Flexeril.
Okay.
Woo! Party!
Yeah.
I was on the floor going, my
Hey.
back doesn't hurt anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Flexeril.
Well, I still have some oxycodone left from when I went into the emergency room.
Brett Favre is calling you
Yes.
on line 3.
Yes, I still have some of that left.
Nice.
So yeah, I tend to hold on to all my drugs, man, because you never know. You never know
You
when you're going to
never
need
know.
them. You never know.
I say no to drugs. No, I don't mind.
I say no unless you got some.
Right. Pharmaceutical only. Those are legal drugs, people.
Yeah, legal drugs.
We
Yeah.
would never, ever do anything illegal.
You know what? The oxycodone, like you, Travis, man, that stuff is just entirely too good, man.
Did they give you any dimethyltryptamine?
No.
You should ask next time.
All
ask.
they, no, they give me, man.
I
They,
had some dimethyltryptamine.
they gave me some
emphasis on the word
Celebrex.
trip.
They gave me
What?
Celebrex.
Celebrex, isn't that?
It's a muscle relaxer. Yeah, they
I
gave me
remember
that.
seeing Celebrex commercials for
Yeah.
another usage.
Yeah, but they did it because of the muscles. You know, that's what, like standing up. You know, that shit hurts, man. It hurts a lot. So they gave me that, and they gave me some other stuff that I can't pronounce. I had to look it up because when they sent the prescription, you know, I get a text from CVS, and I'm looking, what the hell is this? So I looked it up, and it's another type of painkiller, but a smaller dose. I don't know why, and I've never even I didn't take any of them. I still have that whole bottle.
Pax has arrived.
All right.
Let's listen to Joe Pax. Let's let the people listen to Joe Pax. Here we go. Joe
Well,
Pax.
if you send it to me, I can play it through the board, and they can hear it better.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris, it's much better if you do it that way.
See, how do I forward? Where's my forward? Forward. Thank you, Joe Pags. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here.
All right, you sent it?
I just sent it.
Got it.
Friday Eve.
Oh, you got it?
18 of you looking in right now. We, if you're new to this, if we see you in the chat, we say hello, as we should to Julian Martinez with the WKRP reference.
Love WKRP.
Julian, Frankie, Travis, Rooster, Sam, Echo 5 Hotel, Tim from the Philippines. 8 inches of rain in Manila. Yeah, they got a typhoon
Yeah, they
in
got
the
a
Philippines.
typhoon. All right, everybody, here is your Joe Pags.
Joe Pags.
Well, Chris, I was startled by what we didn't get out of it. We thought we'd get a real reason why he was dropping out. What the president said was basically he's ready to go for another 4 years, but he is going to put the country before himself, and it's time to hand it off to the next generation. Well, he's a guy who ran in 20 because he wanted to do 8 years. He doesn't say he's got a medical condition, doesn't say he's got a cognitive issue. He doesn't say he's being forced out, although we know that's happening. He just says he's dropping out, and he's going to support Kamala Harris, and he's got a lot more to do in the next 6 months. It was very strange because if you go out there, at least you tell the people that voted for you, the 14.5 million who voted in the Democrat primaries for Joe Biden, I can't continue because this. The doctor said,
5:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says he will serve out his term as president. Israel's prime minister addresses Congress with a fiery speech. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, could see a stray shower or storm, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of showers tonight, a low of 72. Right now, 74 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above ambition by stepping down from his re-election bid. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Sitting behind the resolute desk, President Biden says while he reveres the office, he loves his country more.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
The president did not say whether or not he thought he could beat former President Trump in an election rematch, but says the defense of democracy is more important than any title.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
President Biden praised his vice president, Kamala Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic nominee, calling her tough and capable. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Speaking at a campaign rally in Charlotte, North Carolina, former President Trump says he's ready to face off against his newest opponent.
So now we have a new victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion, L-Y-I-N apostrophe.
The latest Real Clear Politics poll has Trump ahead of Vice President Harris by nearly 2 points. And the DNC kicks off next month, and the Democratic Party is getting closer to formalizing its nominee. Here's Fox's Brooke Singman.
The Democratic National Committee is finalizing plans to hold a virtual roll call to select the party's nominee as early as August 1st. Any Democrats hoping to challenge Vice President Kamala Harris must file with the DNC by July 30th. The eventual nominee will have until August 7th to select a running mate. The DNC convention begins on August 19th in Chicago. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
And former President Obama is planning to endorse Vice President Harris soon. According to NBC News, the pair have had multiple discussions since she announced her candidacy Sunday, with Obama fully supporting Harris privately. Obama remains one of the few prominent Democrats who has yet to endorse Harris. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister says individuals protesting Israel's military efforts do not understand what they are protesting.
Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
And despite U.S. demands, Prime Minister Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, new body cam footage helping investigators uncover more about the shooter who attempted to assassinate former President Trump at his Pennsylvania rally. Here's Fox's Brian Yennes.
New body camera video shows Beaver County Emergency Services unit officers running toward the shooter after the assassination attempt against former President Trump. The officers then try to figure out how to access the roof of the AGR building from where the shooter fired. Once up the ladder and on the roof, an apparent Secret Service agent is overheard, and a trail of blood leads to the body of 20-year-old Thomas Crooks. An AR-15 style rifle is also seen laying next to him, as well as shell casings. Those gunshots captured in new video from that horrifying day. An officer begins to search Crooks' body, finding a cell phone and a transmitter.
And the video comes as Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheal resigned over the security lapses at the rally. A former Uvalde CISD officer is making his first court appearance this morning. A Uvalde County grand jury indicted Adrian Gonzalez on 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. Former UCISD Chief Peter Arredondo has been indicted on 10 counts on the same crime. The charges are related to the defendant's response to the deadly mass shooting at Robb Elementary in May of 2022. Arredondo has already pleaded not guilty. Gonzalez's arraignment will take place at the Uvalde County Courthouse, and former Bexar County DA Nico LaHood is his defense attorney. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk.
Woohoo!
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
And we're back.
All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of
I'm
every
Bruce
hour,
Hathaway.
along with breaking news as it happens. I'm
Bruce
Charity
Hathaway,
McCurdy.
man. God,
Here's
Bruce
traffic
Hathaway was
and
good.
weather.
They were hearing both of us, her and us.
Oh, that's right. I forgot she's still going.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
We
I
were
mean,
approaching
yeah.
5:40, and I
thought, hey, her segment's over.
thought it was us.
I don't get this place. 3 minutes there. We can go to 58, Chris.
At the top, 58. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. Thank you.
No, thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Bye, everybody. I'm Bill Schoening.
A very pleasant good morning. I'm Bill Schoening. I did watch some USA basketball.
They've not been.
If it weren't for
tearing the
LeBron
world
James,
apart.
if it weren't for LeBron James, they would have lost 2 games.
Wow.
No, he took over that last game. He scored the last
Good for
11
him.
points.
Good
Scored
for
the
him.
last 11 points of the game, and without that, they would have lost.
Wow.
Yeah, and then the game before that, he came in and saved the day as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he hit the last second layup. Yeah, unbelievable. Because, my wife is a huge NBA fan, so Olympic basketball is the same as NBA to her. So we watched it.
And I hear France. I haven't seen anything.
I haven't seen France
I read
play.
a headline yesterday said there's Victor Wembanyama comments on France is struggling in pre-Olympic.
Stand by.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T is back. She's Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. He'll join us in studio at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. We are on YouTube. Andrew Zimmel directing the YouTube broadcast. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI, and you can find us coming right up. Flashback. We'll go back in time and take you with us and try to figure out what year we land in. And going back in time just a few hours, last night, President Joe Biden addressed the nation from the Oval Office.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation. There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now.
Now, pass the torch to a new generation. Those old enough or who know history know that in John F. Kennedy's inauguration speech in January of 1961, he said, quote, "The torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans." He was talking about himself and others. And Charity McCurdy, as the Democratic Party tries to make up ground because they trail in the polls to the Republicans and Donald Trump, one part of their strategy now will be the generational thing. Kamala Harris, I believe, 59 years old, and Donald Trump, as I mentioned earlier, now older than Joe Biden 4 years ago when he ran for the presidency.
Yeah. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of momentum and enthusiasm behind Kamala Harris. It is interesting because, not even a few weeks ago, before Biden's sudden exit from the race, I mean, Kamala Harris was not a favorite among Democrats. I mean, there was polls that showed that she was less popular than President Biden, but suddenly it's been about face, and suddenly she is, the female version of Barack Obama, I think, for the Democratic Party, in a sense, because we've been reporting on her dismal polling, but now I think it's just the best chance the Democrats have to defeat former President Trump in November.
I think it was just a last gasp kind of thing, because if it wasn't going to be Kamala Harris, who would it be?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that to them, I guess, makes the most sense. I think the people that are loving this more is the Trump campaign, because they think that she can't do anything right and that they're going to just wax her. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen. I mean, now we've said this. I don't know how many times we've said this. We live in fascinating times. Who would have thought that this was going to happen this close to the election? We're 103 days away.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, I think as I hear you guys talk about the sudden enthusiasm among Democrats, I quote Star Wars, which Charity will get this. Tim won't, because he's the only man in America who's never seen any of the Star Wars. But the quote is, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope." She's their only hope.
Yeah.
So it's like let's get on board the Kamala Harris train, because either she's going to take us to the promised land or we're going down with the ship.
And I mean, I think from a funding perspective as well, she was their best chance because she's able to inherit the Biden campaign cash because her name was on that ticket. So that gives her an advantage as well. But I don't think she's as gaffe prone as President Biden. And I think she brings an energy, a spark for the Democrats that you weren't getting from President Biden, who is looking more and more frail. So there is that going for them. You just don't know what happens 2 weeks from now. Are we going to see this momentum carry on to November?
And I don't really think we know if she's gaffe prone or not because we really haven't seen her in the last 4 years. I mean, seriously.
Very good point. Very good point. Coming up, flashback, we will go back in time. And then at 5:50, we're going to hear from you, your thoughts on Biden's performance in his speech last night from the Oval Office. WOAI News Time, 5:46. When she's doing weather and traffic.
Oh, my
pull
God.
back.
Yes.
Pull back and show
She
us.
cut her hair.
Yes.
I'm okay with it, though.
Steve DeRocco is in here.
What up, Rock?
Steve DeRocco, the original Rock, co-founder of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club, a great American and a credit to his gender. Just saying.
Wow.
The Rock says, welcome back, T.
Well, thank you, Rock. Glad to be back. I missed you guys. I missed that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm okay with the haircut. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, get the Neanderthal out of there.
Yeah, why? And again, even they pulled back even further now.
I know. Well, okay.
Why do we need the Neanderthal in there?
I don't know.
And I am 0.5% Neanderthal, so I'm talking about my own people.
You are, but I understand. Wow. Oh, hello. Damn. Wow. She's a little thing, though. I don't mind. I might with it. La, 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 la,
There's our drummer, Barry
Yep.
Davis. Our prospective drummer. We're
We
holding
haven't
auditions.
auditioned him yet. Yes.
Yeah, we're holding auditions. We got to find that one Ringo.
Yes.
For
we don't want
our
to start
band.
with the Pete Best.
No.
we don't want to do
Yeah.
that. We don't want to do that
Yeah,
to the
is
people.
Barry Davis Pete Best?
He
We don't
could
know.
be.
He might be.
Mm.
Let's see. Temp's going to peak 3 o'clock, 86 degrees.
Yep.
According to my Neanderthal friend.
Although he says there it's 88. I don't get this, man.
I should say my Neanderthal brother. 'Cause
Brother,
we're,
brother.
We share some DNA with our people, the Neanderthals.
So all right, we're
So
back.
Travis mentions 23andMe. Yeah, that's how I found out.
Yeah.
My 23andMe DNA.
See, I did
profile.
mine and it was just a big white circle. I'm just kidding.
Very nice.
I'm kidding. I haven't done it because I don't want
I
to know
am
if I have any kids. Stand by.
0.5% Neanderthal. True. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out, and we're going to try to figure it out. Let's play flashback.
Ding.
Oh.
Ding.
Mr. T, I heard you ding in early. What do you got?
Well, I know my serial killer, so I know when Jeffrey Dahmer went through all this, but the kicker was Terminator 2 I went and saw on my wedding night in 1991.
So romantic.
I know.
Charity, are you down with 1991?
I am.
Let's find out. Mr. T, is there on your wedding night you see Terminator 2? On my wedding night, we went to the pig stand.
Did you?
Nothing else was open. We didn't eat at our wedding reception. Like, we're starving.
You never do.
2 a.m. It's like the only thing we could, the pig stand, which is, God rest its soul, it's no longer there.
And see, the restaurant we took our wedding party to, Hakala's, is burned to the ground and is no longer there either.
See, what is it? If you go someplace on your wedding night, it's a curse.
It's going to be gone.
On that restaurant. Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden talked about passing the torch to a new generation in a speech from the Oval Office. The Democratic National Committee expects Vice President Harris, if nominated, to pick a running mate by August 7th. And 2 athletes have been kicked off the UTSA football team for their alleged involvement in a robbery. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. Straight shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A stray shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the upper 80s. Saturday, showers in the morning, a little sunshine in the afternoon, highs in the mid 80s. It is 72 degrees in New Braunfels, 74 in Alamo Heights, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 5:53.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T. He's back, but not in black. He's kind of wearing a seersucker shirt. So
yeah, it's blue.
You could have been back in black. If you had worn black today, I'd say he's back in black. All right. He's still back.
I messed up.
So that's cool. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. You can check us out on YouTube. Andrew Zimmel directing the YouTube stream at 1200 WOAI. A big speech last night, historic speech, an 11-minute speech from the Oval Office from President Joe Biden, making it official that he's not seeking re-election, throwing his support behind Kamala Harris. So we're asking you this morning on the Talkback feature, how did you feel about the speech? What are your thoughts? Charity McCurdy, how do they let us know?
The free iHeartRadio app, you search 1200 WOAI, hit that red talkback button that's a circle, and that gives you 30 seconds to sound off.
And you'll sound something like this.
Trump versus Harris, instead of addressing it directly, why not address the argument, the fight, the issue, the friction, the schism, the divide, the elephant in the room? Why not instead discuss plantar fasciitis, the good feet store, and Chumba? Chumba's way more fun.
Okay.
Bonus points for using the term schism.
Schism. You don't hear that enough.
That's a good SAT word. and plantar fasciitis, and the Good Feet store, by the way.
Obviously, big sponsors.
Big sponsor of 1200 WOAI, so thank you for that.
Yep. And what would this be without hearing from RK?
Morning, RK here. Well, if you're riding around the golf cart and because of time restraints, and you can play rounds of golf and you can win sometimes, well, I would say he's got 4 years experience at the job, and we know how that worked out very well. Have a nice day, y'all. Vote Trump.
The morning is not complete without RK. RK, thank you for checking in.
I just love he checks in from the jungle. I love that.
There's usually some very cool jungle sounds behind him.
Big time. I wonder if it's like a soundtrack or if that's actually his backyard.
It's a great question. Maybe he's got just speakers behind him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's running.
He presses up jungle sounds. Could happen.
All right, let's check in with our favorite school teacher.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lytle, and I couldn't care less what was in Biden's speech because he's not in control. Same as clueless, cackling Kamala. Who's really in control? Who's behind the scenes running this thing? Because she's not. She's just as much a figurehead, probably even more than Biden was. She didn't have the experience. She didn't know what she's doing. So who's behind the scenes pulling the strings on these people? Oh, these Democrats, man. Y'all have a great day.
All right, so Mr. T, you've been out for a few days, a chance to just cool your head, a chance to clear your head. Who is really pulling the strings? Is it Barack Obama behind the scenes, or perhaps Hillary? Maybe it's always been Hillary pulling the strings.
Oh, that's scary.
I'm just saying.
That's scary. I would rather
asking.
I would rather think that it's Barack Obama because Hillary just scares me.
Yeah, but Bill and Hillary were among the first to endorse Kamala Harris on Sunday. Charity, who is really pulling the strings?
I couldn't tell you, Chris. I'm not privy to that information. I would like to think it's the commander in chief, but who knows? It might be Dr. Jill Biden. A lot of people pointed the finger at her for the president's insistence in staying in the race up until Sunday.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
If Dr. Jill Biden was indeed pulling the strings, or still is pulling the strings for the next 6 months, that's very interesting, Cherry.
Charlie Parker, earlier in the week, we had Congressman Joaquin Castro on. Charlie asked him, and even Joaquin said, that's a great question. Charlie asked, the choice of vice presidential running mate for Kamala Harris, is it really her choice? Who is going to make that choice?
Ooh, that is a good question.
And you got to wonder, T and Charity, who is going to advise her on that choice? Is it her choice alone, or does the party itself, the powers that be, whoever is pulling the strings, make that choice?
I picture a vetting committee, that decides.
Yes. Dark smoke-filled room.
Kind of like the old convention center arena after a Spurs game.
After a Spurs game, you turn on those lights, nothing but smoke. Good idea. All right, coming up, lots more. Hey, another major address yesterday was by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talking to Congress. A lot of Democrats did not show up for that address. We'll talk about that and more coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:58. Perfect.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Where's EJ?
I don't know where EJ is. Welcome in to Lyle and Hahn.
Chop deliver.
Kexel. No, it wasn't Kexel. It was KZEP.
Kiss.
It was KISS.
99.5 Kiss.
What am I thinking? Kexel 104.5. Hey, everybody. I'm Tony Dale on Kexel.
Wow.
Kexel Feedback. Son of Allendale. 104.5.
I went to work there.
The big armadillo.
I went to work there right when they changed it from KXZL to KZEP.
Whoa.
Yes.
I had on my 1973 Cutlass at Holmes High School.
Car.
In 1977, I had a Kexel.
Oh, those were great stickers, man. Those were iconic.
Yes.
It was almost as good as the K-Mac Kiss lips.
Yeah.
Spread the
I
word.
wanted to show people how cool I thought I was by having a Kexel bumper.
And I still think one of the best radio station bumper stickers. I actually drove all the way. Well, I didn't drive to Dallas just for the sticker, but when we were in Dallas, went and found one from the zoo. KZEW.
Yeah.
Big elephant.
Nice.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. That would be and if we had people post them online,
yeah,
because you can find most of them online. On a light day, probably after the election, best radio station bumper
That's a good
stickers
one.
ever.
That's a good one. Woo! All right, here comes Charity, everybody. Enjoy. But you'll have to look at us. But enjoy.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says the best way forward for the country is to pass the torch to a new generation. And a former Uvalde CISD officer is making his first court appearance this morning. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Partly cloudy, could see a stray shower or storm, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 72. Right now, 74 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above personal ambition in an address explaining his decision to end his re-election bid. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public office, President Biden says.
There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices.
The president says he believes his record and vision for the country did merit a second term.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
In his final 6 months in office, President Biden says he's committed to keep working on bringing down costs, addressing the climate crisis, and ending the war in Gaza by seeing the release of Israeli hostages. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden's speech was fairly short, 11 minutes. An SMU political scientist, Matthew Wilson, says he did not offer many new details about his decision to end his re-election campaign.
We didn't get a lot of specifics in terms of exactly why there was such a change of heart between Saturday and Sunday. So, it was a nice kind of valedictory for President Biden.
He says the speech likely won't sway people's opinions about whether Biden should continue in office. Meantime, former President Trump is ramping up his verbal attacks on Kamala Harris now that she's the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee. He spoke at a North Carolina rally yesterday about his likely opponent.
And just like crooked Joe Biden, Kamala Harris is unfit to lead. She's unfit to lead. She'll destroy our country in a year.
Harris, meantime, called on Indiana Democrats to vote in the November election.
With your support, I am fighting for our nation's future.
And with questions swirling about next month's presidential debate, Fox News is now proposing a debate between Harris and Trump.
The network has suggested the debate be held September the 17th in Pennsylvania. Trump had been scheduled to face President Biden in a second debate on September the 10th, hosted by ABC News, before Biden decided to drop out of the race. Fox News Media has sent letters to both campaigns about the proposed debate that would be moderated by Bret Baier and Martha MacCallum. Trump has said he's willing to debate Harris multiple times now that she is the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister said Iran could be funding ongoing anti-Israel protests in Washington.
I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Despite U.S. demands, Prime Minister Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, a former Uvalde School District police officer charged in connection with the failed response to the school shooting at Robb Elementary that left 19 students and 2 teachers dead is expected to make a court appearance today. Chris Fox has more.
Adrian Gonzalez, charged in June with 29 counts of child endangerment, is expected to plead not guilty at the Uvalde County Courthouse. According to the indictment, Gonzalez failed to engage the gunman after hearing gunshots and failed to follow his active shooter training.
Adrian Gonzalez literally passed by the shooter and did nothing to stop him. He should have just pled guilty and did his time.
Brett Cross's son, Uzziah Garcia, one of the 19 kids killed. Last week, former Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo pleaded not guilty to 10 counts of child endangerment in Austin. Chris Fox, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Two UTSA Roadrunner football players have been kicked off the team because of their reported involvement in a robbery. Police say 19-year-old Corey Lucius and 23-year-old Nicholas Brown are charged with aggravated robbery for a reported incident on February 3rd. Police arrested Brown last month for trying to stop a wrecker driver from towing an illegally parked vehicle on Engelman Drive. Officers arrested Lucius 4 days later. UTSA officials announced yesterday that Lucius and Brown are both off the team. Well, San Antonio's mayor wants to keep the city's minor league baseball team playing closer to downtown.
A new local ownership group has taken over the San Antonio Missions and their ballpark, Wolf Stadium, which Major League Baseball has determined is not up to new standards for play anymore. The new owners are working with MLB to come up with a new facility, and Mayor Ron Nierenberg is supporting a downtown stadium. In a statement, Nierenberg said baseball has been a part of the city for over 100 years, and that the city, Bexar County, and the team are working on a plan with a hybrid of public and private funds for the stadium, but no details were available. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
God bless. High five robbery suspects. Look, they just robbed somebody and they high five each other.
That's funny.
They must have done a good job then.
Yeah.
What a jerk. Just walking around smashing out windows.
Assholes.
They arrested him, though. Good.
Yeah, good.
Looks like he's wearing scrubs.
He does. Barry Davis, you better do well in your audition.
Yeah, because there's a line of people wanting to play
A
drums.
lot of chopped liver types out there. Big band.
Mm-hmm.
Coconut water.
Cocoa.
Mixing it up, baby. Coconut water.
So how long are you staying alcohol free?
I may go 30 days since I'm already, today will be 18.
Or until after the show, whichever comes first.
Yeah. Yesterday's post-show meeting almost drove me to drink. I came close yesterday. So, yeah, depending on how many post-show meetings.
Hang on. Chickens for KFC. Okay, that's
And I
pretty
may
funny.
tag it with he'll be here all week.
That's pretty funny, actually.
San Antonio's first news. He's back. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. He'll also join us in studio at 8:20. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon, directing our online video on YouTube. You can join us. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. I'm Chris Duell. Lots to talk about all morning long. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. And not only a big speech by President Joe Biden last night from the Oval Office, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed Congress yesterday. We'll talk about that coming right up. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. Straight shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A straight shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the upper 80s. Saturday, showers in the morning, some sunshine in the afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. It is 74 degrees in Leon Valley, 74 in Von Ormy, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:12.
San Antonio's first news. While protesters were creating chaos outside in Washington, D.C., Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed Congress, and he didn't mince words.
Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Wow. I'll be here all week. Tip your waitstaff, try the veal. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Wow.
Some one-liners, powerful one-liners in that address yesterday. And so much was going on during it, Charity, and surrounding it. Of course, a lot of Democrats, including Kamala Harris, who as vice president is president of the Senate, in effect. She wasn't there. A lot of Democrats did not show up. Kind of spoke volumes to where they stand with regard certainly to him.
Yeah, and we're hearing that even though the vice president wasn't at that Netanyahu address, she will meet with him at the White House this week. Former President Trump is going to meet with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago tomorrow. And President Biden is also meeting with Netanyahu at the White House as well. But yeah, a lot of protests. I think at one point, American flags were replaced with Palestinian ones. And I think Capitol Police at one point had to deploy tear gas and were swinging their batons to fight back demonstrators. So things definitely got really ugly. But Netanyahu got quite the applause line when he said what we heard and pretty much referred to those demonstrators as useful idiots. He says that Israel winning this war against Hamas is not just a win for Israel, it's a win for the U.S.
Yeah, and he also vowed to fight until they achieve victory in what's going on in Gaza right now. And look, he's thanking the United States for the weapons, but he wants them faster. Yes. Can I get them faster? I know what he's saying, but doesn't that sound kind of just? I guess cash is a good way to put it. I want my weapons. Thank you for giving them to me, but can you get them to me a little bit faster?
It sounds like Zelensky of Ukraine as well. Those are two war efforts that were spending a lot of money, and that and it's interesting because in Ukraine you've got the Republicans, and certainly J.D. Vance does not think we should be supporting Ukraine to the extent we are, perhaps at all, from his perspective, and yet here you have a lot of division among Democrats about what we are doing to give aid to what is often described as our closest ally, Israel, in their fight against Hamas in Gaza.
And I also found it interesting that Netanyahu didn't really talk about where things stand as far as a potential ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas, and that is being led by the U.S. So hopefully there is going to be progress on that front, because it seems like we haven't heard much lately.
No, and that's the one thing we want to know is when are the hostages going to come back? That's what we want to know. And like Charity said, it really didn't get a clear answer on that.
No. we will continue to track that story. And as Charity mentions, Netanyahu will meet with Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden, then go down to Mar-a-Lago and meet with Donald Trump. So as long as he's in the United States, this continues to be a big story, and we are all over it. Coming up, we're going to hear from you. We're asking you about President Joe Biden's Oval Office address last night and more. WOAI News Time 6:16. Woohoo!
All right, sorry.
Tommy Miller, Echo 5 Hotel, Tim, Travis, Jacob. Welcome in, Jacob. I don't think we said hi to you yet.
I think we did, but we'll say it again.
I stand corrected.
We'll say it again.
And I stand corrected. SWAT Cats, what is up?
SWAT Cats.
SWAT Cats. Anybody else who is in here, welcome in. And good morning.
Good morning.
A todos mis amigos.
I love that.
Yeah, we got to bring that back. And I
He's
saw
no longer
on
with
your
us, right?
desk.
He's no longer with us, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, you saw
Logan
my
Stewart?
desk. What'd you see?
On your desk, I saw one of the show prep things on terms we need to bring back.
Yes.
I still want to do that
I held
show.
on to that, yes.
I still want it. Ragamuffin. We're going to do a show on
ragamuffin,
what words.
man.
My grandmother used to call me a ragamuffin. What are you wearing? You look like a ragamuffin. I want to bring it back.
Yeah.
You ragamuffin.
I like that one.
Groovy.
Groovy.
Let's bring back Groovy. Far Out in honor of John Denver. Far out, man.
Okay, what the hell did I do with it? Oh, here we go. We got to have some fun with this maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, beautiful. Outstanding. Yes.
I will hold on to that.
Cool. Yes, it in mind. I'll try to keep it.
I copy of it. I can also reprint it if I need to. But yeah, I thought that would be fun. Wow.
Tim says, I know a man, his airplane was named Ragamuffin.
Oh, I like that.
Very nice.
That's a great name for an airplane.
Now, if our band's name wasn't Chopped Liver, it might
Ragamuffin would be
the
great.
Ragamuffins.
That'll be the name we use when we do those club dates.
Yes.
Under
like Mick Jagger showing up at a club.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the Ragamuffins are playing tonight. And you
Oh.
find out it's really Chopped Liver
or CFR.
or CFR. Haven't heard from him.
No.
Was his name
no.
Justin?
Justin.
We have a guy named Justin. We've told you about him, but there may be new people in here who does the talkbacks. Lots
And
of
he
F-bombs.
goes off, man.
And goes off on us. And he probably thinks we hate him, but we think he's hilarious.
I find him very entertaining.
Yes.
But unfortunately, he dropped so many F-bombs we can never play him on the air.
Yeah. We don't have time to be bleeping out all of his F-bombs in the morning. Who does he think he is?
Right? Who the does he think he is?
Exactly. Got to plug in my MacBook.
Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we will hear from the people. That would be you. Your thoughts on the Oval Office address of President Joe Biden last night and more. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden delivered an Oval Office address for the first time since exiting the presidential race. VP Kamala Harris will be bringing her presidential campaign to Houston today, and FBI agents raided a popular tamale restaurant in San Antonio. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. A straight shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds and sun, I should say. A straight shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the upper 80s. Then on Saturday, showers in the morning. Well, some sunshine in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 80s. It is 74 degrees at the Pearl, 74 in Helotes, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 622.
San Antonio's First News, full team coverage of Decision 2024. And a big part of that team is you. We ask you along the way as major developments happen in this election, how you feel about these major events as they happen. And Charity McCurdy, this morning, we've been asking the people about President Joe Biden's Oval Office address last night. How do they get in touch with us?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. You hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds to let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, and you would sound something like this.
Well, the Biden address was everything we expected. A sad old man who everybody feels bad for, trying everything he can to desperately cling to power. Then the little subtitle headlines last night. Report came out that basically says the FBI is the weaponized arm for the DNC. I don't know what we're going to do to fight that thing.
Wow. Did he say a report came out?
That's what he says.
He said,
I looked and I can't
Okay.
find a report, so we'll see.
Yeah, and I do know a lot of people believe that, and I know Christopher Wray testified yesterday on Capitol Hill, so there was testimony from the FBI director, but I haven't specifically seen that report that the FBI is the weaponized arm of the DNC, and if they are, again, who's pulling the strings?
Exactly.
Is it Obama or is it Hillary? Because Bill's too busy.
Maybe it's both of them.
Bill's too busy. Doing whatever Bill Clinton does, and I don't know what he does. But
could be Team Geppetto.
I just think he's too busy to pull strings these days. I could be wrong.
You could be wrong. All right, here's a storyteller.
Good morning. It's the storyteller. There was a moment last night when Sleepy Joe reached underneath the desk. I thought he was going to pull his hand back out, flipping the bird at Pelosi and Schumer, leaning forward and whispering, "I'm not going anywhere. Y'all have a good day."
Now that
Hello,
would have been.
Kimber. I said hello.
Tell Kimber he said hello.
I'm sorry about that. I spoke over the storyteller. I thought he was done. Let's emphasize. He told Kemper hello. Sorry,
Yes.
storyteller.
Yes.
I jumped the gun, man. But that would have been cool. Hey, I got a little something for you, Pelosi, and all you
Schumer.
scumbags.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, and not just one bird, a double bird.
Oh.
A double bird, and you kind of pump them up and down in the air. I've done that on Loop 410 a few times. Not recently. I'm kind of now that everybody's
still
got a
alive.
gun.
Yeah.
once-
Obviously, it wasn't recently.
Once I realized every motorist has a gun, I've kind of backed away from that.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it based
All right.
on personal experience, by the way.
Yes, we've seen the video.
Lots more coming up. Charlie Parker, with those were the days in the next half hour as well. WOAI News Time 626.
Hey, Tim, how are we pronouncing that typhoon's name? Is it Gamey? Typhoon Gamey?
Yeah,
Or
it's
is it
spelled
Gaimi?
Gamey, isn't it? Typhoon
No,
Gamey.
Gaemi. It's a little gamey.
Gamey?
It's a little gamey.
Gamey? I have
Gaimi?
no idea, man.
Oh, what happened to her?
Yeah, who's naming these typhoons?
I know.
Some fuzzy foreigner? Come on. That's an un-American
That's
name.
very un-American.
Typhoon's name should be American.
Oh, that's right. Tomorrow the Olympics get underway with the opening ceremonies.
And we'll hear more about the Olympics from Charlie Parker
At 8:20 this
8:20.
morning, everybody.
Hey.
They've actually yesterday they had some soccer on.
Oh boy.
I know.
I can't get enough soccer.
Notice how I did not watch that, and I was at home
Yeah.
doing nothing.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I don't think
Let's
so.
see. Should I do nothing or watch soccer?
I'm going to go with nothing, Chris.
Yeah.
Actually, I would.
Soccer is un-American.
It is.
I'm just saying. If you can play to a 0-0 tie,
And you leave it at a 0-0 tie.
there are no ties in America.
No.
We go to extra innings. We go to overtime.
We do
settle
whatever it takes to get it done.
We settle it as Americans. None of that. Oh, 0-0. It ends in a 0-0
No,
tie.
it does not. 0-0
You
is not a score.
Fuzzy foreigners.
0 is not my hero, everybody.
No. There's no hero in 0.
There isn't.
Thank you. I know. Okay. When it was in the Philippines, it was named Karina.
Oh, okay.
So they changed the name of the typhoon? That is also un-American.
What was it? Karina?
Karina, I think it is. Better put my glasses on to read the fine print in here. Okay, I plugged in my phone, but I guess that's not plugged in.
Probably
Charlie
not.
Parker must have been in here unplugging.
Yeah, there's all these wires in here. What are they
Plug
doing?
these wires.
You know, plug these things. Right?
Okay, now, do we stay with what's on the rundown?
It's the big story.
Oh, I know, but or do we want to move it?
We can do whatever
to
we
Trump?
want.
Do we want to move it
Thank
to
you,
vice
Ben.
presidential choices?
Let's go vice presidential choices. I like that better.
It's the one mystery still out there.
It's one thing we don't know.
Which, oh, by the way, I think I stuck it in here.
A list of the possible candidates. I know there's a bunch of them. Can she be her own vice president, Chris?
You want me to go copy that just so it's easier?
Yeah,
than
that'll work.
scrolling through?
That'll work. Yeah, maybe she could be her own.
$640.
Yeah, I like that
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news.
up a
Good
little
Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says he will serve out his term as president. Israel's prime minister addresses Congress with a fiery speech. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings.
RK is back telling us he's in the Texas jungle. I like it.
Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high in the upper 80s, slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 72. Right now, 74 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above ambition, but stepping down from his re-election bid. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Sitting behind the resolute desk, President Biden says while he reveres the office, he loves his country more.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
The president did not say whether or not he thought he could beat former President Trump in an election rematch, but says the defense of democracy is more important than any title.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
President Biden praised his vice president, Kamala Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic nominee, calling her tough and capable. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Speaking at a campaign rally in Charlotte, North Carolina, former President Trump says he's ready to face off against his newest opponent.
So now we have a new victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion, L-Y-I-N apostrophe.
Meantime, Kamala Harris is bringing her presidential campaign to Texas today. She'll be speaking with teachers who are gathering in Houston for a union convention.
Teachers are the backbone of the Democratic Party's logistical operation in terms of mobilization and turnout.
Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that teachers are already backing Harris. Jones says this also gives Harris the opportunity to fundraise in Houston, which has a large number of deep-pocketed Democratic donors. And the DNC kicks off next month, and the Democratic Party is getting closer to formalizing its nominee.
The Democratic National Committee is finalizing plans to hold a virtual roll call to select the party's nominee as early as August 1st. Any Democrats hoping to challenge Vice President Kamala Harris must file with the DNC by July 30th. The eventual nominee will have until August 7th to select a running mate. The DNC convention begins on August 19th in Chicago. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Obama is planning to endorse Harris soon. According to NBC News, the pair have had multiple discussions since she announced her candidacy, with Obama fully supporting Harris privately. Obama remains one of the few prominent Democrats who have yet to endorse Harris. Well, a conservative beer company is coming out with beer commemorating the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
Conservative Dad's Ultra Right Beer is releasing a limited edition can this week that features former President Trump's iconic fist bump image after his assassination attempt. The company's previous limited edition beer with Trump's mugshot became the most collected beer can of 2023, resold for hundreds of dollars on eBay. Company founder Seth Weathers predicts this new fist bump limited edition will be even more popular. The cans will come in a 6-pack and are being sold on the company's website for $25 plus shipping. Conservative Dad's Ultra Right Beer says it's made in America and is 100% woke-free. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister says individuals protesting Israel's military efforts do not understand what they are protesting.
Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Meantime, Israeli forces have recovered the bodies of 5 people whose remains were held hostage in Gaza.
The 5 hostages were killed during the attack by Hamas on October 7th last year. Their bodies hidden in Gaza ever since. They include 56-year-old kindergarten teacher Maya Goren. The others were reserve and conscript soldiers. Forces retrieved their remains during an operation in Khan Yunis. The 5 were among 120 people Israel lists as hostages of Hamas, a third of them believed already dead. This week in Washington, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told American families of hostages that conditions for a release deal were becoming ripe. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, the FBI is confirming that a popular tamale restaurant is the focus of an investigation, but has not said what the probe is about. FBI agents and San Antonio police gathered yesterday at Delia's on Hausman Pass near Loop 1604. FBI agents also turned up at another Delia's location in Farr and McAllen. Delia's parent company is reportedly the defendant in a federal wage lawsuit. More than 24 former employees, many of them illegal immigrants, claim they were forced to work at Delia's for long hours without pay. Well, Texas state lawmakers are once again taking up the tricky topic of banning foreign ownership of property.
An interim hearing this week focused specifically on Chinese firms looking to gobble up farmland. Christopher Holton with the Center for Security Policy told lawmakers that over the last decade, foreign ownership has skyrocketed, which has brought security concerns.
They acquired tens of thousands of acres in the same county as Laughlin Air Force Base, a major pilot training installation.
State legislature has been down this road before. 3 years ago, they passed the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, which bans business deals that gives Chinese firms access to critical infrastructure. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Austin-based cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike is promising to do better after a faulty software update caused a global computer outage last Friday. The outage affected Windows systems across multiple industries, including airlines, banks, and hospitals. The company now says it plans to improve software tests moving forward, adding additional layers of scrutiny to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. The CEO, George Kurtz, has been called to soon testify before Congress about the outage. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. We are your election 2024 headquarters. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker. With those were the days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. He is also directing the online video stream. If you want to watch the show, and you can even participate in a live chat that's going on among viewers, and we jump into the chat as well. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. Well, one mystery still remains in the Democratic Party. Now, officially, Kamala Harris is not the nominee. She's the presumptive nominee. She does have currently enough pledged delegates in the Democratic Party. So, I believe, and I think we believe for all intents and purposes, it's going to be her. But we are standing by as her team is vetting vice presidential running mate possibilities. And Charity, that'll be one more. I was listening to some analysts last night on some of the major cable news networks, and they say within the next 2 weeks we will hear. But you got to wonder. I know one desire of the Harris campaign is the sooner you get that other name, the sooner you can start making the signs, get on the ballot, and hopefully utilize what that running mate will bring to the ticket.
Yeah, the deadline is August 7th to make sure that their names appear on the ballots in every single state. We do know that Governors Gavin Newsom of California, Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan have apparently taken themselves out of the running for potential running mates for Harris. So that leaves former astronaut Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. You have Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Roy Cooper of North Carolina, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Although we talked yesterday, Chris, I don't think Buttigieg is going to end up being the final selection. Kentucky
Agreed.
Governor Andy Beshear and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are also in the mix.
Now, if it was up to me and I was going to pick it, I think it would be Andy Beshear. I think that's the logical choice. They need Kentucky. They need it bad. I don't think it's going to help them either way. But I don't think is going to happen is Harris and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, because Harris Shapiro sounds like a law firm, doesn't it?
It does, but you need Pennsylvania.
You do need Pennsylvania, yes.
And Shapiro is young and dynamic, and I think one of the hallmarks here is going to be the new generation thing. I think Shapiro's intriguing. If I had to pick one right now, I think I would agree with you, Mr. T. Andy Beshear of Kentucky. Kentucky is a red state.
Yes, it is.
That I think Beshear has won at least twice. And it's not really the South, but it's kind of moving toward the South. You think of Kentucky and you think of a red state, and you think if this guy can get Kentuckians to vote for him, then perhaps other southern states and other southern or even more conservative voters might give her a second look.
And see, I think she needs someone from a border state, because border issues are going to be a top concern for her candidacy moving forward, because that's already the line of attack the Trump campaign is going with on Kamala Harris, who was dubbed by Republicans as the border czar. So I think Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona would be a good complement for Kamala Harris. And I think you just need someone that counterbalances both race and gender, hopefully bring in those moderates, those independents. That just seems like the way to go.
Well, if she needs a border state, Arizona and California are the only two, and we know Gavin Newsom is not the right pick.
Well, and you get the bonus politically with Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
Yeah.
He is the husband of former Representative Gabby Giffords. We know she was severely injured in an assassination attack, a mass shooting, a gun attack. So obviously, gun control, certainly, automatic weapons. That's a big deal for Democrats. So I mean, she would become, along with Mark Kelly, who, if he were the nominee, she would become kind of the poster child for that issue for the Democrats.
Good point.
Now, do you think we'll see any Democrats challenge her nomination? I don't think so. I think the deadline is July 30th, and I don't see anyone else coming forward. It's going to be a long shot for anyone else at this point.
I agree.
I think it would be political suicide in the Democratic Party.
Yes, it would.
It's like, how dare you?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the people pulling the strings, either Obama or Hillary, would then, make that
Or
person
Jill.
or Jill.
Yeah.
Make that person
It could be a team of them.
persona non
Yeah.
grata. Yeah, you would go the way Lynn Cheney and Mitt Romney went in the Republican Party if you tried any of that.
Yes.
All right, coming up, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. We're hearing from you as well throughout the morning. The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. What did you think of President Joe Biden's Oval Office speech last night? WOAI News Time, 6:45.
And we're back.
Donald Trump, as we speak, is calling in to Fox and Friends on the Fox News Channel. Mr. T just grabbed a big chunk of that audio. We're going to play that coming up at 6:52.
Guess I should send it to Charity, huh?
Yeah.
In case she wants it.
Yeah, it's a great idea. And where you hear this is
Donald Trump from last night in his rally in North Carolina.
NC rally. It just says rally here. It helps.
Oh, sorry.
It was in NC.
Sorry.
All right. Hey, it's Charlie Parker.
Okay. That is done.
How long is it?
2:50.
Beautiful.
We got time.
Is that a nighttime rally?
Yes. Yesterday.
Last
Yesterday evening, yes. And apparently no more rallies outdoors for President Trump. They're all going to be indoors.
Here we go.
Hello, Betty.
Pull back.
Please, please. I didn't know Texas had a fashion week. Did you?
I did not know either.
A son of a bitch. Oh. Wow. This is a regular, all skate in a regular direction. All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
In an Oval Office speech, President Biden says now is the time for fresh and younger voices and endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet today with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, and Mayor Ron Nirenberg is supporting the idea of building a new downtown baseball stadium. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
A mixture of clouds and sun today. Straight shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, clouds, more clouds and sun. Straight shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the upper 80s. And then on Saturday, showers in the morning, becoming some sunshine in the afternoon, I should say. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. It is 73 degrees in Bernie, 73 at Snake Farm, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:54.
San Antonio's First News, we are your Decision 2024 headquarters. And as we speak, former President Donald Trump is calling in to Fox and Friends on the Fox News channel. This is breaking news. Let's listen in.
all over the world. Putin and President Xi of China, all over the world, they're watching this. Kim Jong-un, he looks at us like we're a bunch of babies. They see that wouldn't happen in their countries. It's impossible for that to happen in their country. Where we look so bad to the world. That was a disgraceful display yesterday.
The Prime Minister had a beautiful speech. It was wonderful. And he introduced some of the hostages that we've all been praying for. They were standing up. He introduced us to some of the IDF soldiers who had lost limbs and talked about how radical Iran is and what's happening in Gaza. I know you're meeting with him tomorrow after Kamala Harris snubbed him and didn't go to the speech. What is your plan if you become president to end the war in Gaza?
Well, first of all, it was very nice to me yesterday. He mentioned me in the speech very nicely, and I appreciated that. He's coming to see me. I want him to finish up and get it done quickly. You got to get it done quickly because they are getting decimated with this publicity. And, Israel is not very good at public relations, I'll tell you that. Israel, for whatever reason, you have Jewish people out there wearing yarmulkes, and they're, pro-Palestine. You've never seen anything. People have never seen anything like this. Israel has to handle their public relations. Their public relations are not good, and they've got to get this done fast because the world is not taking lightly to it. It's really incredible. October 7th would have never happened if I was president. There was no chance. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. It just wouldn't have happened. Zero chance. By the way, Ukraine, the attack by Russia would have never happened during
Mr. President,
Ukraine.
they're soul walking weapons to Israel now, and they're deciding what weapons Israel should be using. Would you change that policy?
I'd make sure that it gets over with fast. You have to end this fast. It can't continue to go on like this. It's too long. It's too much. You got to get your hostages back. I think they're going to have a lot of bad news with the hostages. I think some of those hostages, many of them maybe are dead. I believe they're dead. I watched them as they took the hostages in disbelief. Again, it would have never happened if I was president. I watched them as they took the hostages. The level of violence and viciousness, the way they pulled that young girl into a car by her hair and threw her like a sack of potatoes. And I don't believe that they're really capable of taking care of all these hostages. And I think you're going to find that one of the reasons that Hamas is not really negotiating very nicely. I think they're saying, wow, they want the hostages back, and we've killed the hostages. I think a lot of the hostages are dead.
That is news as it happens. Former President Donald Trump calling in right now to Fox and Friends on the Fox News channel. And Charity saying, we've heard him say it before, but he said it a couple of times there within a couple minute span, that October 7th attack on Israel by Hamas would not have happened if he were president.
Yeah, and we've heard him say that about Russia invading Ukraine. So, it remains to be seen if that is indeed true. But you notice that the former president didn't specifically answer about whether he would speed up weapons assistance to Israel if this was under his watch.
Now, he did say he wants it done fast. He thinks that the war should be over fast. And I agree with him. I think most of the hostages are dead.
That was some straight talk.
Yeah, I believe that, actually.
Yeah, sadly.
Yes.
And just seeing how Hamas has operated, and you saw a lot of how they operated on October 7th. And so I think in that realm, I think he's spot on. I've always thought one of the reasons it is not in the best interest of Hamas to negotiate, and the huge part of that being release of hostages, we're going to find out in short order just how many either they have killed or who have died in captivity.
It would be nice to get a recap of the meetings Netanyahu has with all three, President Biden, VP Harris, and former President Trump, because I'm sure he's going to get very different perspectives on the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas.
And I guess we'll probably find out what he has to say with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump will tell us. He will definitely tell us. I don't think Biden or Harris will tell us what happened in their meetings, but I guarantee you Donald Trump will tell us.
Yeah, and I mean, we already know that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, who are going to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu in D.C. in short order. We know that while they say they support Israel, as the United States always has since the creation of the State of Israel in 1948, they are not happy with the way Benjamin Netanyahu is executing this war in Gaza. So many civilian casualties. They certainly want him to be more surgical, and that's the blowback. And I look for protests at that Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 25 days because there is so much civilian loss of life, and the term being used by the protesters is genocide being committed on the Palestinian people in Gaza, and they put that at the feet of President Joe Biden, which is not good news for Democrats in an election year if people who would be predisposed to vote Democrat in that election are not happy with Biden or Harris. Lots more coming up. We will, and wait till you hear this, coming up at 7:10, more from Donald Trump from his rally in North Carolina last night. But right now, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know on this Thursday morning. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says the best way forward for the country is to pass the torch to a new generation. And a former Uvalde officer is making his first court appearance this morning. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 72. Right now, 74 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above personal ambition in an address explaining his decision to end his re-election campaign. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public office, President Biden says.
There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices.
The president says he believes his record and vision for the country did merit a second term.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
In his final 6 months in office, President Biden says he's committed to keep working on bringing down costs, addressing the climate crisis, and ending the war in Gaza by seeing the release of Israeli hostages. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden's speech, 11 minutes, was fairly short. And SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson says he did not offer many new details about his decision to end his re-election bid.
We didn't get a lot of specifics in terms of exactly why there was such a change of heart between Saturday and Sunday. So, it was a nice kind of valedictory for President Biden.
He says the speech won't likely sway people's opinions about whether Biden should continue in office. Meantime, former President Trump is ramping up his verbal attacks on Kamala Harris now that she's the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee. He spoke at a North Carolina rally yesterday about his likely opponent.
And just like crooked Joe Biden, Kamala Harris is unfit to lead. She's unfit to lead. She'll destroy our country in a year.
Meanwhile, Harris called on Indiana Democrats to vote in the November election.
With your support, I am fighting for our nation's future.
And Harris is visiting Texas today. She'll deliver the keynote speech to the American Federation of Teachers National Convention in Houston. Well, with questions swirling about next month's presidential debate, Fox News is now proposing a debate between Harris and Trump.
The network has suggested the debate be held September the 17th in Pennsylvania. Trump had been scheduled to face President Biden in a second debate on September the 10th, hosted by ABC News, before Biden decided to drop out of the race. Fox News Media has sent letters to both campaigns about the proposed debate that would be moderated by Bret Baier and Martha MacCallum. Trump has said he's willing to debate Harris multiple times now that she is the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister said Iran could be funding ongoing anti-Israel protests taking place in Washington.
I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Despite U.S. demands, Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, a former Uvalde CISD officer is making his first court appearance this morning. The Uvalde County grand jury indicted Adrian Gonzalez on 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. Former UCISD Chief Pete Arredondo was indicted on 10 counts on the same crime. The charges are related to the defendant's response to the deadly mass shooting at Robb Elementary in May of 2022. Arredondo has already pleaded not guilty. Gonzalez's arraignment will take place at the Uvalde County Courthouse. Former Bexar County DA Nico LaHood is his defense attorney. Well, San Antonio's mayor wants to keep the city's minor league baseball team playing closer to downtown.
A new local ownership group has taken over the San Antonio Missions and their ballpark, Wolf Stadium, which Major League Baseball has determined is not up to new standards for play anymore. The new owners are working with MLB to come up with a new facility, and Mayor Ron Nierenberg is supporting a downtown stadium. In a statement, Nierenberg said baseball has been a part of the city for over 100 years, and that the city, Bexar County, and the team are working on a plan with a hybrid of public and private funds for the stadium, but no details were available. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's back. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker, we thank him for those were the days. He's in the building this morning. He'll join us at 8:20 this morning. I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Huge 7 o'clock hour, 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. His comments on the morning's huge news story. 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill with a recap and analysis on President Joe Biden's Oval Office address from last night. And coming right up in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, Donald Trump making his case in a rally last night in North Carolina. We'll hear highlights, but first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. Stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the upper 80s. Saturday, showers in the morning with some sunshine in the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. It is 74 degrees at the Pearl, 74 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 710.
San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. You say potato, I say potato. Trump says Kamala, I say Kamala. Yesterday in North Carolina, last night to be more accurate, former President Donald Trump at his rally attacked Kamala Harris, or as he calls her, Kamala.
Lion Kamala supported abolishing ICE. She compared ICE agents to members of the KKK. Can you believe it? It's so disrespectful. And these guys, these people are great. I've seen them, and I've seen tapes of them, and they go into a pack of MS-13 killers out on Long Island, and they walk into that pack, and all you see is fists are flying left and right. 2 minutes later, they walk out, and they've got them by the legs, and they throw them into a paddy wagon, and we take them the hell out of our country. And she wants to get rid of them. Kamala voted in favor of deadly sanctuary cities. She supports decriminalizing illegal border crossings, and she supports mass amnesty for all illegals. Think of that. Everybody coming in right now. And many of these people are coming out of the prisons and the mental institutions. They're going to get amnesty. She wants everybody to have amnesty. Then Joe Biden made her the border czar, and that's when it really got bad. She launched a colossal illegal alien invasion of a country. She said, come on in, remember? Then she said, remember when? Then she copied him. Don't. Everyone say, don't what? Don't. Remember, don't. On my very first day back in the White House, I will terminate every single open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration. And we will seal the border, and we will stop Kamala Harris invasion without delay. It'll happen immediately. Right? We will do it immediately. Under border czar Harris, illegal aliens are pouring in by the millions and millions and millions. It's going to be 20 million, maybe more than that by the end. You ever hear of gotaways? They don't include gotaways. You know what a gotaway is? The people that get in, which is probably most of them. It's probably already over 20 million. You know, we're losing 300,000 people a year to fentanyl that comes through our border. We had it down to the lowest number, and now it's worse than it's ever been. We had the best border, the most secure border we've ever had. And now, in just a short period of time, we have the worst numbers in history.
Former President Donald Trump last night at a rally in North Carolina making his case against Vice President and the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris. And I would imagine, Charity, that between now and November, he will continue to call her Kamala instead of Kamala.
Do you think it's because Kamala sounds similar to Obama? I don't know.
Oh, hey,
I always
think
wonder.
about that.
I just think it's interesting, that the RNC, that was that big message of unity. We were wondering if we were going to see a more subdued Trump on the campaign trail following that assassination attempt. But I think he's back in full form.
Yes, definitely back in full form. I thought that unity might last for a lot longer than it did, because it wasn't very long that unity was gone.
Well, and you think about Trump's brand, and his brand is what you just heard. Yep. He has a distinctive way of expressing himself and taking down an opponent, and it has worked very, very well for him. And if I were one of his advisors, I'd probably advise him the people, especially your hardcore supporters, probably want classic Trump.
Yep.
And that's what they're getting. And it's amazing all the different merch that's coming out in support of Trump. Now there's a Trump beer, I hear, that's available for sale.
Beer?
The fist bump, the picture of the fist bump of him
Yeah.
after he got shot. It's a Trump beer with the fist bump 6-pack for $25 plus shipping.
Yeah, I think as reporters and journalists,
You should try it.
I think the three of us on a Friday after the show, perhaps on a live stream, should sample the Trump beer. Just to report back to the people.
Yeah, I guess we should open it. You know, I could be worth something one day, but I guess no one wants flat 6-pack of beer. You know,
We'll do both. We'll buy a 6-pack to save,
and the
we'll
6-pack
buy
to
a-
drink.
and we'll do a taste test.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll compare it to
So
other beers.
we can put it on the shelf next to the Billy beer.
Yes. Well, and Charity will test it against a Stella. You'll test it against what we
Dos Equis, man.
Dos Equis, and I'm a lightweight. I'll test it against a Michelob Ultra. So, but we'll see. So
I'm sure it'll be bold in flavor. You know?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
all sides of Decision
There you
2024,
go.
including our scrutiny of Trump beer coming someday soon to a radio near you. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, WOAI News Time 716.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Remember Billy Beer? God.
Billy Beer, yes, sir.
God, that was bad. As long as
We
it's
don't think we're
cold.
going to bumper tomorrow, right? There's nothing to bumper.
Is it Beamer Friday tomorrow?
Yes. But we are going to bumper tomorrow. So I'm not even going to mention tomorrow. It's
Yeah,
tomorrow.
don't. Because it is Beamer Friday, right?
Yeah. Oh, and it might already be every Friday. I know
Oh, okay.
in one of the meetings you might have been at. I don't remember it.
Well, I remember it coming up
He was
before.
asking us. Terry was saying, "Do you want to do it every?"
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay,
That was
yeah.
when I was still here. Yeah. Connie Chambers, good morning. Yeah, I like the Dos Equis Amber, Jason, I'm sorry, Jacob, Jason. You know that guy. Yeah, I like the Dos Equis Amber, but I like the Dos Equis regular too. I'm a big fan. And here comes Andrew, everybody. Eric, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be standing. Glad to be upright. And we're back. I haven't tried the winter white yet. Is it good? Oh, you haven't tried it either. Sorry. I guess I should read the whole statement before I talk about it, huh? And actually, to be honest with you, Jacob, I like all beer as long as it's cold.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever met a beer I didn't like.
Yeah, but
I mean,
I'm not drinking that.
Yeah,
I've never said that.
Even if you're old enough in San Antonio,
I remember
Handy Andy's Castle.
Oh,
beer,
God, yes.
spelled with a K.
I got it.
I drank
drink
those.
the crap out of that because it was cheap.
You put a beer in front of me, I'll probably drink it.
Yep.
I haven't done a
Okay, he wants to take off. Eric wants to know which day we want him to come in and do a
Eric, at the
promo.
moment, Tim's going to be out Monday and Tuesday, so
Yes,
we're thinking
this is
Wednesday.
vacation, people. This is something
Yeah,
that's
it's
been planned for a
vacation.
long
It's
time.
not anything
This
else.
was not a surgery that popped up like the other one did.
So, Eric, if Wednesday can
yes,
work
my favorite
for you,
beer is Free Beer Sleepy.
and since Wednesday's a non-Charlie Parker day, maybe Wednesday
perfect.
at 8:20 or 8:40.
Perfect. Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his takes on the morning's big stories. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden addressed the nation for the first time since his decision to drop out of the 2024 election. Vice President Harris is bringing her presidential campaign to Houston today, and a federal judge has denied a motion to dismiss a lawsuit in a Texas abortion case. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. A stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in mid to upper 80s. Then on Saturday, showers in the morning. Some sunshine in the afternoon. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. It is 73 degrees in Bernie. 74 in Helotes. 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 720.
San Antonio's first news. He's back. You just heard him, Mr. T. Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker will join us at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Every weekday morning at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Mike, it is the big story overnight. President Joe Biden's address from the Oval Office ran about 11 minutes. Your assessment of what the president had to say last night?
He cost me $50. I'm Venmoing $50 to Mr. T because I know Charlie doesn't use things like Venmo. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a terrible address. I know the left side of the mainstream media is gushing. Rachel Maddow sounded like she had been crying when she was saying, oh, what a powerful speech. Although John King over at CNN said, this wasn't the president telling us why he resigned. This was Joe Biden eating his peas. And I thought, wow, that's really interesting. Eating his peas. You can't have your ice cream, Joey, if you don't eat your peas. So, yeah, it was a little bit sad if you watched it and you looked at this older man who seems to be resigned to the fact that they've got him and he has to go. But he never told us why. He just told us he was doing it for the good of the party.
And Mike, you wonder, obviously Biden has said he's going to campaign for VP Kamala Harris, but you really wonder, how much is he going to be in the public eye moving forward over the next 6 months?
Yeah, 4 years ago when he was healthy, he was in the basement. What's he going to do now? This really is strange. And I know President Trump has been on Fox this morning talking about it, calling it a pathetic address as well. And I think he's right. But how is Joe Biden going to do anything but go to Scranton or Philly? He's not. He's not capable of it.
And I'm with you. I wish we would have had a solid reason why he dropped out of the race. And to me, it looks like there's something medically wrong with him.
Well, it's been that way for a while. And
Yeah.
we've talked about it at length. And I still go back to the 8 visits from the Parkinson's specialist just this year. When you have one specialist coming to the White House 8 times, it is because there is a problem in that arena. The medical community is whispering about it, and I just don't know why we can't have transparency.
Mike, another major address took place in D.C. yesterday. It was earlier in the day. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to the joint session of Congress. How did that go for you?
I thought it was like a State of the Union address, and I'm really kind of sad that Nancy Pelosi has trashed it so horribly as she has done, and that more than 50 members of the Democrat Party chose to sit it out. It really was rude to a great ally of ours and someone that, frankly, we rely on to try and keep Iran in check. And Iran is waking up every day saying death to America and then death to Israel. And so our best friend in the region kind of got their back yesterday. But Netanyahu was soaring in his rhetoric. I thought it really was a beautiful speech. The best thing we can say about the members of Congress, the Democrats who did attend, they got their aerobics in because they were standing and sitting and standing and sitting. It was a very big workout for them.
And Mike, we've been waiting for former President Obama to break his silence on Kamala Harris, and it looks like we may hear something soon.
Yeah, and I predicted this was going to wait until all the underlings had endorsed Kamala and until Joe had eaten his peas, as we heard. So it looks like probably Friday when Obama can have the stage all to himself. He's not somebody who likes to share the spotlight with anybody. So that said, expect it tomorrow.
So why is Kamala Harris being called a brat?
Well, I had another B word in mind. That,
wow,
rhymes with rich. And now this is a cultural thing. This is the thing that's trying to, we have celebrities trying to get everybody tied to politics and leadership, etc. And Kamala Harris is a brat, and that's what the supporters have taken to call her in social media. And it came forward with this British singer, Charlie XCX, and so she's thrown her support behind Kamala, and she has a song on her album Brat that went viral. So now Kamala is brat. According to Charlie XCX.
Not a brat.
No, she's just brat.
Okay.
Wow.
I think we're, that's probably a Britishism. Hello, brat. It's like they don't say going to the hospital. They say, I'm going to hospital.
I'm gonna have to go look for that on my Apple Music and see what that song is all about. You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up at 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill with analysis of President Joe Biden's Oval Office speech from last night. Charlie Parker in the building. He's going to join us in the next half hour in the next hour as well. WOAI News Time, 7:26.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, my God.
Woohoo. Oh, my goodness.
Oh. Wow.
My chat. Okay, I'm going to refresh. There it is. My chat had gone away.
Bastard.
On my.
Oh.
So, yeah, Eric, as I was saying.
Yes.
Right now, it looks like Wednesday would be the best day to do that.
That would be perfect.
Yeah. So we'll do a segment with you in here, probably late in the show at 8:20 or 8:40.
Yeah.
Then after the show, we'll shoot a quick video with you.
Yep.
I'm sure you'll bring your book with the portraits.
Yep.
And so we'll record an audio promo. We'll shoot a video, and that'll be beautiful.
Hopefully that works for you.
Sleepy, welcome in. Jacob, SWAT Cats, Echo 5 Hotel. We see Eric. We just spoke with him. Anybody else who's in here? Welcome.
Eric, if you need us to call your boss, we could do that for you.
Yeah, we'll get Charlie to call your boss.
Yeah. Nobody says no to Charlie, damn it.
Eric gets a day off.
You understand what I'm saying?
I love how we do Charlie Parker impersonations in the morning.
Yeah.
God. So now, when Charity does the news, they're getting her audio today?
They're getting her audio,
Okay.
but they're not seeing her.
They're not seeing her. Okay, I see. All right.
Yeah, we got to work that out. We'll figure it out.
We can work it out.
Yes, we can.
Life
Well, had
is
we known
very
before the
short,
show,
and there's no
we could have taken
time.
measures to get this taken care of, but we didn't know until we started the show that was the
Surprise.
case. Yes.
Like yesterday's guest, the presidential historian, Jeremy Surrey from the University of Texas.
Oh. I actually had a client meeting on Monday.
Did you really?
Yeah. We got a call from Jim Morales last Thursday, and I told him, dude, I'm out, but I'll do a Zoom call for a new client. Sure.
Good of you.
It was me and Andy and Jim and the client.
Andy
Everett.
Was there golf talk?
No, but the first thing out of his mouth when the guy came on was, "I'm actually in Arlington for the conference meetings, and so football season starting." And like, nobody asked you, dude. Thank you, SWAT Cats.
Business was it?
It's for a place called Regenesis, kind of like QC Kinetics.
Like a QC, okay,
It's almost
that's right.
exactly the same thing.
Good.
And I said, look, if you can take this pain in my neck away,
Yeah.
I would endorse the hell out of you, man.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, we can do that.
Very nice.
So next move is not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, we're going to go make a visit over there.
Cool. Who's that?
Charlie Parker, everybody.
Charlie Parker, what's up?
You had anything in the news on those Chinese bombers and Russian jets?
No,
Where are they?
Last night,
The ones.
they flew around Alaska, off the coast of Alaska,
Mm.
just hour
Wow.
before Biden spoke.
Okay.
You know what they're doing.
Oh, sure. Flexing.
Out
Yeah.
Kamala.
Right. Yeah.
And there are probably going to be more of them.
I would imagine.
Mike Opelka just Venmoed me $50 for you.
So he's a man of his word. He's paying you the $50.
I'm going to tell him that I'm going to not accept it and tell him no, double or nothing on the next one. How's that?
Yeah, because it's for charity.
Yeah.
Well, charity could use the $50.
See, and I was going to, well, it would have been the charity I chose anyway, the Alzheimer's
Right.
Association.
But you forgot.
Well, no, but
I'm just kidding.
if I mentioned it on air or something, I think people would have thought I was making a joke.
Right.
Oh, wow, okay.
Because of,
Yeah.
because of Biden.
Yeah.
All right.
And then them people again last night, man, and Waters and them other fucking people.
Here comes Charity, everybody.
Twice.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says he will serve out his term as president, and Israel's prime minister addresses Congress with a fiery speech. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel's forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, a stray shower possible, a high in the upper 80s. Slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 72. Right now, 73 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above ambition.
Sitting behind the resolute desk, President Biden says while he reveres the office, he loves his country more.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
The president did not say whether or not he thought he could beat former President Trump in an election rematch, but says the defense of democracy is more important than any title.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
President Biden praised his vice president, Kamala Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic nominee, calling her tough and capable. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Trump told Fox and Friends this morning that he does not believe Kamala Harris would make a viable candidate for president.
She's the most radical person probably that we've had in office, let alone the office of the presidency. She was a horrible campaigner when she ran. You know, she ran against Biden, And I thought he was terrible, but she was terrible. She was horrible. And she was the meanest person up there. You know, she was meaner to him than anybody else.
The latest Real Clear Politics poll has Trump ahead of Harris by nearly 2 points. And the DNC kicks off next month, and the Democratic Party is getting closer to formalizing its nominee.
The Democratic National Committee is finalizing plans to hold a virtual roll call to select the party's nominee as early as August 1st. Any Democrats hoping to challenge Vice President Kamala Harris must file with the DNC by July 30th. The eventual nominee will have until August 7th to select a running mate. The DNC convention begins on August 19th in Chicago. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
And former President Obama is planning to endorse Kamala Harris soon. According to NBC News, the pair have had multiple discussions since she announced her candidacy, with Obama fully supporting Harris privately. Obama remains one of the few prominent Democrats who has yet to endorse Harris. And Harris, meantime, will be in Houston today.
The presumptive Democratic nominee will be speaking with teachers who are gathering in Houston today for a union convention. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says groups like this are the backbone of the party's get out the vote efforts.
Turning out Democratic voters in key battleground states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Teachers are already backing Harris. This union already endorsed her campaign. Jones says today's visit to Houston also gives Harris the opportunity to fundraise in a large Democrat city that has a number of deep-pocketed donors. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister says individuals protesting Israel's military efforts do not understand what they're protesting.
Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Despite U.S. demands, Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, a federal judge is denying a request to dismiss a lawsuit filed by a Starr County woman charged with murder after having a self-induced abortion. The judge decided yesterday that 2 members of the DA's office and the county sheriff do not have immunity from the lawsuit. Lizelle Gonzalez was arrested in 2022 and held in jail for 3 days before the charges against her were dismissed. She filed suit earlier this year and is asking for $1 million in damages. Well, some big changes are coming next year to Southwest Airlines.
No more scrambling for a seat on a Southwest Airlines flight. The airline's scrapping open seating after more than 50 years. Southwest will assign seats and offer premium seating options with extra legroom on all flights. The airline says customers taking longer flights prefer a seat assignment. The airline's been testing the new seating arrangements and is confident the change will meet expectations of passengers and not compromise the airline's operational efficiency. Southwest is also adding red-eye flights. Starting on Valentine's Day next year, it will add 24-hour service with its first overnight flights. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news coming up at 8:10. White House correspondent John Decker with the latest on Decision 2024. Coming up at 7:50, we hear from you. We're getting your reaction to President Joe Biden's speech from the Oval Office last night. And in fact, national correspondent Rory O'Neill has been covering that big story. Rory, 11 minutes last night, roughly the duration of that speech from President Joe Biden. Did anything surprise you about that speech?
I don't know. It seemed like a bit of a shoulder shrug. Not much new information compared to the statement that the Biden campaign released on Sunday. Didn't go into any specific detail about why he decided now was the time to step aside. Could have made the same arguments essentially 6 months ago, but said it's time for new voices and fresh voices and time to pass the torch. He did not reference Donald Trump by name, but suggested that a vote for him is a vote to end democracy as we know it. But other than that, I don't know. It fell flat for the most part.
And Rory, the president noticeably stumbled a few times, but he seemed to recover. Has this quelled concerns over his health?
Oh, no, not at all, especially along the political divide. He's never been great at reading these kinds of speeches. This is actually his fourth speech from the Oval Office, but twice in 2 weeks, he had given that Oval Office address after Donald Trump's assassination attempt, 10 days before. So remarkable to have two of these speeches in such a matter of time. He looked better in terms of his coloring. Either the makeup artist was on point or he certainly got a tanning time in while recuperating from COVID in Rehoboth Beach for the past week or so. So that was evident, but didn't seem to have a whole lot of energy in the speech. Not a lot of warmth in there either, even though he was delivering the address from the Oval Office with his family, we believe his wife, his son, his grandchildren, all there in the room with him.
Yeah, and you mentioned it was a second speech we've seen from President Biden in the Oval Office. Now he's supposed to go on the campaign trail for Kamala. Do you think that we'll see him actually show up?
Oh, I'm sure he will, but then will they be in more controlled areas, controlled venues? Will he meet with donors backstage for small, intimate groups rather than try to have some bigger stage presence? Look, after the debate, which was terrible by all accounts, he had a rally that same night that was actually pretty good, and he had a few other events that were pretty good. But the interviews he did with ABC and NBC also fell a bit flat, and he just never could recover. And I think George Clooney, Batman, finally took out his foe, finally, with the comments that George Clooney made about President Biden. That really seems to be the last of it that led to the fall.
We always appreciate the reporting and analysis from national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Charity, to Tim's point, the question he just asked Rory about how much Biden might participate in this campaign for Kamala Harris between now and November. Again, I go back to that phone call that he made into what is now Harris headquarters in Delaware on Monday and said, I'm going to be out there on the campaign trail for her. What we heard last night from President Joe Biden, and we now know that he's better, certainly infinitely better reading a teleprompter than speaking off the cuff. As you said earlier, I don't really see him out there across the country. And I don't know how much of an asset he might be for her at campaign stops.
Yeah, I don't know if that's doing her any favors, but on another hand, it's making the case for a younger candidate, Kamala Harris, the age of 59, coming on the campaign scene. So I think, he probably, as far as policies that they agree on, legacy, he provides, a benefit to her on that front. But beyond that, you don't want the headlines to go away from Kamala Harris and her campaign to what's the latest gaffe committed by President Biden today.
And he almost has to show up on the campaign trail, or that question of his health comes up and takes, more of a situation than it is right now. People are going to start talking about it more and more if he doesn't show up.
Totally agree. And especially since he opened the door and said, I would on Monday in that phone call to campaign headquarters. All right, we got a lot coming at you. We've got you coming up, your reactions on the Talkback feature, your reactions to Biden's speech last night, 8:10, White House correspondent John Decker, 8:20, Charlie Parker in studio with an Olympic preview. WOAI News Time, 7:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
And we're back. Morning, Tommy Miller.
Tommy Miller, welcome in. Tommy, Travis, Sleepy, Tim from the
David
Philippines.
Hiller, good morning.
Eric, Echo, David, SWAT Cats, Sleepy. 26 of you right now. Welcome in, 26.
It was
not
27.
everybody-
You ran one off.
Did I-
Chris.
oh, we're
Way
back up
go.
to 27. I just
Now we are.
That
Welcome
one who
back,
ran
whoever
off-
you were.
Ran off and said, I'll go back. Because maybe I'll get an update on when the band
Good morning, Beatrice.
Chopped Liver is coming in. Beatrice, welcome in. See, when you chat like Beatrice just did, we say good morning.
Grumpy old
How
fart.
are you? Where is Grumpy Old Fart?
He was at
Oh,
his
the one
desk.
in here.
He was at his desk.
Oh, okay. We'll see you at 8:20.
Yeah, where is Kay? Starting to worry about her.
Yeah, Kay is MIA.
Ooh.
Woo.
Look at you being a
Little
poet.
morning poetry for you.
Oh.
Thomas J. Henry, everybody.
TJ.
TJ.
He likes me to call him TJ. TJH.
Someday on the show, TJ Henry and TJ Connolly.
Ooh.
We're looking for that'll be a great show. I used to have TJ.
I
TJ
like
was
TJ,
radio
man.
gold.
TJ was good.
TJ could stir the pot.
Yes, he could.
And he communicates, and I miss having him
He
on.
was a
there.
big gang of four with Jack Riccardi on
Yes.
Fridays when I used to work with Jack Riccardi.
Yes. Yeah, and he would often like represent somebody who was in the middle of a legal battle or something. He'd bring in.
See, I am with Eric on this. The beer belly flop competition. If they had that in the Olympics, boy, I would be there.
Eric, we got to work on that. I mean, if we have snowboarding,
Yeah. And
ping
skateboarding,
pong, yeah.
and and breakdancing, Chris. Breakdancing. I didn't know people still breakdanced, or is it broke dance? I don't know. Is it broke dancing or break dancing? Wow, Travis went to school with TJ Conley.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Was that Alamo Heights? I don't even know.
In college.
Oh, college. Okay. 2 years behind me in college.
Wow.
Travis, what college was that?
Hallmark.
I think he went to
DeVry.
St. Mary's. I could be wrong.
Sorry, Travis. I'm just
Did
making
TJ
fun.
and you go to St. Mary's? Trundred.
Yep.
I knew this one.
Very good.
All right.
Very good, Chris.
Wow.
So
I
it wasn't DeVry or Hallmark.
Wasn't, no.
Okay, good.
Or Trump University.
Trump University.
I did not. I'm amazed. I knew TJ Connolly and therefore Travis's alma mater.
Wow. That was too cool. I mean, we were trying to teach people hockey when we first got the Rampage. And on the ticket, we used to do Puck University or Puck U.
Oh, that's beautiful. Puck University, also known as
Puck U.
U.
I agree, Eric. I'm in, man. You know, if they're going to let break dancing and
Exactly.
why not horseshoes?
Exactly.
Come on. You know, I
Hand
went to
grenades
college.
and
I went to
horseshoes.
SAC on a horseshoe scholarship. I was going to turn pro, but man, cutthroat.
And speaking of sack, they should have sack races.
There you go.
Burlap
Stand
sack
by,
races.
Chris.
Okay.
Bidenomics.
Lots of radio gold coming at you. John Decker, White House correspondent, Charlie Parker, and you. We're going to hear from you coming up, your talkbacks on President Biden's speech. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden talked about passing the torch to a new generation in a speech from the Oval Office. The Democratic National Committee expects Vice President Harris, if nominated, to pick a running mate by August 7th. And 2 athletes have been kicked off the UTSA football team for their alleged involvement in a robbery. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of sun and clouds today. Stray shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. Stray shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then on Saturday, showers in the morning with some sunshine in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. It is 73 degrees in Lavernia, 74 in Castroville, 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, he is back. Charlie Parker is back. He'll be here at 8:20 with a preview of the Olympics. He is hardcore Olympics, as you should be as well. Go Team USA. 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 I'm Chris Duell. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon solo and directing our online YouTube video stream. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. You can not only watch us on video, but you can chat with us and with other viewers live and in real time. And speaking of you, we have been asking you all morning long on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. What did you think of President Joe Biden's Oval Office address to the nation last night? Mr. T, what do we got?
We've got RK is back.
Lucky y'all, RK's back. Look, if Dilly Jill is running things, that would be a little tiny bit better than lying, lie. Anyway, yes, I am in the Texas jungle. I cut down an acre of cedar trees when I got here 4 years ago. But there's still some critters running around. Bye, y'all.
I support the cutting down of all cedar trees. I support the annihilation of all. Is that where mountain cedar comes from?
Yes, it does, Chris.
Juniper.
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want a war on cedar trees. RK, thank you for
Doing his part.
The war on. I get mountain cedar bad.
Do you?
Same.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunate.
Thank you, RK, for your service.
All right, here's another one.
Good morning. Ken from Lavernia. I think they need to fact check the president's speech last night. Same old lies that the Democrat Party's been telling us.
That's a good point. Good point.
Fact check.
They should fact check every speech.
Yeah, every speech we should have a fact check.
Yeah, they should. All right, here's Sherry.
Good morning. This is Sherry. I think President Trump is calling her Kamala, because it pisses her off. She doesn't want to be Kamala. She wants to be Kamala or whatever. It's all confusing. Very confusing.
She's right. It is confusing.
Well, no, and that is a great way to demean someone.
Yes, it is
to mispronounce their name. And I think is that Sherry? I think Sherry's
Sherry.
right.
Yep.
One way to just maybe rattle somebody or certainly get under their skin
Definitely.
is to consistently mispronounce their name. That's why Charity, I believe, and again, it is pronounced Kamala Harris, but former President Trump calls her Kamala. And I got a feeling he will never pronounce her name the way she pronounces her name.
And in all fairness, Kamala is an unusual name. It's unique. And, I had to kind of trick myself how to remember the correct pronunciation, like comma, like like punctuation. So, I mean, it's an unusual name. So sometimes it's easy to kind of mistake or slip up.
And I think a lot of people do mistake it. President Trump or former President Trump does it on purpose, but a lot of people mistake it because Charity mentioned it's an unusual name.
Easy to do. And you do hear so many people saying Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala.
that Sometimes because you've heard it so much.
But I like Charity's way to remember it. Kamala.
Remember a comma.
Kamala.
Yeah.
Okay.
Comma and add a la. Kamala. Yeah.
Okay. I
There
like
you
it.
have it. So you not only get the latest breaking news. 1 hour ago, we were bringing it to you as it happened. Former President Trump called into Fox and Friends, and we brought that to you immediately as it was happening. But we also give you pronunciation tips on presidential candidates.
All together now.
Harris.
Kamala.
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 Chameleon. Yeah.
That'll be her theme song, right? When she comes
Yeah, there
out
you
there
go.
to rallies.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
One of my favorites yesterday, though, Charity, and T, you missed it. We were asking people what her nickname should be, what Trump should call her, and somebody called in and suggested Kamalama Ding Dong. Because that way, you kind of have a musical reference.
Okay.
You get to go a little bit of the Kamala, and you get to call her a ding dong if you so choose. And we were just coming up with ideas for former President
That's
Trump.
a good one. That's a good one.
Kamalama Ding. We went into Charity. We thought cackling Kamala might be the leader in the clubhouse for a nickname.
Yeah.
But Kamalama Ding Dong, there's something special about Kamalama Ding Dong.
I mean, she could, enter the stage with Chuck Berry,
Oh, my God.
ding-a-ling. I mean, there's something there, I think, as far as a potential Trump nickname.
It's a Karma Chameleon, though. I like it. That should be it.
Kamala.
Yeah, see, Charity started it. Yeah. Charity started it earlier.
Boy
there you go.
George. Yeah.
And Boy George is still out there, isn't he?
He is.
Still
Unlike
alive, you
George
mean?
Michael,
Yes.
who's no longer
No.
with us. Boy
I
George.
get my Georges mixed up sometimes.
How can you?
Boy George isn't he Man George by now? Is he still a boy?
No, he's still-
After all these years from the 80s, is he still boy? Is he Man George yet?
I can't tell with the makeup,
It's
by
really
Long
hard to tell,
George.
guys. Yeah.
Boy George has got to be at least 65
I
by
don't know.
now.
They're still the Beach Boys.
That's true. Good point. They're not the beach grumpy old men.
But we digress.
We digress, but we bring you the latest on Decision 2024. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker and Charlie Parker in the next half hour. Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with everything you need to know. WOAI News Time 7:58. That was fun.
That was fun.
Woo!
Okay.
One more hour.
This is real, Charity. It was not one of our things. This is real. Oh, you listen.
Oh, wait. I didn't even hear it.
Impaired driving when you're high. Well, how else are you supposed to get in the
Drive high,
drive-through?
people.
How are you supposed to get in the drive-through if you're not driving?
Exactly. That's why God created Uber.
Yeah, that's true. Ow. So were there any other good ones other than Kamalama Ding Dong? I like that one.
Somebody, Travis put it in here. Somebody did say Kamila.
Oh, Kamila.
Or
Okay.
somebody said Kamala.
Kamala. Okay.
Kamala was pretty good.
Okay, I like that one.
I'm trying to think what else. Kamalama Ding Dong stood out to me. Kamala was pretty powerful. And that would be a great one.
Hey, it's Kay, everybody.
Kay, people were asking about you.
Yes.
People were in here saying, "Where's Kay this morning? You were missed." Woohoo! It's so cold in the studio. We always bring layers. So I got cold, so I put on this like heavy denim shirt. Now I'm getting warm,
So
so
you
now I'm
gotta
going to
take
take
it
it off, and in 10 minutes, I'll probably have to put it on again. First world problems, I know.
I know. But it is cold in here.
It is cold in here. Yes. And I was told by one engineer that they keep it cold because of all the high-tech equipment, because this is a studio of the future.
Yeah.
As you can tell by our futuristic YouTube bells and whistles.
Yeah, definitely.
One more hour, everybody.
Yeah. Nothing from Terry on a meeting yet?
Not yet, but with Tim returning, I think we got to get the whole band together.
Yep. And remember, PAGs is super long, so.
Oh, that's right. Forgot.
All right, though. It eats up that whole segment. So sorry, Charlie.
You write down my pack intro for the help out.
Yeah.
So I got to remember you're out Monday, Tuesday. So I get to deal with Mariah again over the weekend. Oh,
Yep.
I'm sorry. He's not available.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You got back to me in 16 seconds, but
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Somebody's paying her or something. And I'm always very nice to her.
yeah.
Uh-oh, she hurt herself or something.
8 o'clock is our time. San
Boy.
Antonio's first news.
Looks like
Good
she's wearing a
Thursday
boot.
morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories,
Probably-
President Biden says the best way forward for the country is to pass the torch to a new generation. And a former Uvalde CISD officer is making his first court appearance today. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, a stray shower possible, a high in the upper 80s, slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 72. Get a move on. It is 73 degrees. Well, President Biden says he's putting democracy above personal ambition in an address explaining his decision to end his re-election campaign. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public office, President Biden says.
There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices.
The president says he believes his record and vision for the country did merit a second term.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
In his final 6 months in office, President Biden says he's committed to keep working on bringing down costs, addressing the climate crisis, and ending the war in Gaza by seeing the release of Israeli hostages. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And speaking to Fox and Friends today, Donald Trump said he believes the president did not want to do the speech.
They didn't want him running. He was way down in the polls, and they thought he was going to lose. They went to him and they said, "You can't win the race," which I think is true, unless I did something very foolish, which I wasn't going to do. And I think he was so far down, and they said, "You're not going to win, and you're not in great shape, and you did poorly in the debate."
Meantime, SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson says Republicans have been stepping up their criticism of Biden's health, and some will question whether Vice President Harris is already in charge at the White House.
I think a lot of people would say if that's if that's what's true unofficially, then they ought to just make that true officially. And if he's going to have to lean on others to carry out the duties of the office, then he ought to just transfer power.
Wilson says the White House will argue that even if Biden is not a great public speaker, he's still capable of making decisions effectively. Well, with questions swirling about next month's presidential debate, Fox News is now proposing a debate between Harris and Trump.
The network has suggested the debate be held September the 17th in Pennsylvania. Trump had been scheduled to face President Biden in a second debate on September the 10th, hosted by ABC News, before Biden decided to drop out of the race. Fox News Media has sent letters to both campaigns about the proposed debate that would be moderated by Bret Baier and Martha McCallum. Trump has said he's willing to debate Harris multiple times now that she is the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Well, Kamala Harris is bringing her presidential campaign to Texas. Today, she'll be speaking with teachers who are gathering in Houston for a union convention.
Teachers are the backbone of the Democratic Party's logistical operation in terms of mobilization and turnout.
Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that teachers are already backing Harris. The union has already endorsed her campaign, and she needs that support in swing states. Jones says this also gives Harris the opportunity to fundraise in Houston, which has a large number of deep-pocketed Democratic donors. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. Netanyahu said Iran could be funding ongoing anti-Israel protests taking place in Washington.
I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, You have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
And despite U.S. demands, Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, two UTSA Roadrunner football players have been kicked off the team because of their reported involvement in a robbery. Police say 19-year-old Corey Lucius and 23-year-old Nicholas Brown are charged with aggravated robbery for an incident February 3rd. Police arrested Brown last month for trying to stop a wrecker driver from towing an illegally parked vehicle, and officers arrested Lucius 4 days after. UTSA officials announced yesterday that Lucius and Brown are both off the team. And San Antonio's mayor wants to keep the city's minor league baseball team playing closer to downtown.
A new local ownership group has taken over the San Antonio Missions and their ballpark, Wolf Stadium, which Major League Baseball has determined is not up to new standards for play anymore. The new owners are working with MLB to come up with a new facility, and Mayor Ron Nierenberg is supporting a downtown stadium. In a statement, Nierenberg said baseball has been a part of the city for over 100 years, and that the city, Bexar County, and the team are working on a plan with a hybrid of public and private funds for the stadium, but no details were available. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. We got a big 8 o'clock hour for you. Uncle Charlie Parker in studio. We'll hear from him coming right up at 8:20, 8:40, Joe Pags. And coming right up, we check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker as he'll preview the meeting today between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Joe Biden. We'll also get his thoughts on the president's Oval Office address last night. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
A mixture of clouds and sun today. A stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in mid to upper 80s. Then on Saturday, showers in the morning, some sunshine in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. 74 degrees at that sleepy little town down around San Antonio, China Grove. 74 in Helotes and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news as Mr. T channels the Doobie Brothers. You got to love that. A couple of major addresses yesterday and last night from Washington. Of course, President Joe Biden from the Oval Office last night. Before that, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to the joint session of Congress. Of course, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker tracking both of them. And John, a lot was made of the Democrats in Congress who boycotted the Netanyahu address yesterday. A lot made of Kamala Harris not being there, but apparently President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu today. Where do we stand on all of this?
Well, that's right. About 50 members of Congress skipped yesterday's address that the Prime Minister gave yesterday, including the former House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. The Vice President was not there. She was out campaigning. Senator J.D. Vance was not there. He was out campaigning. But the majority of those who boycotted yesterday's speech were boycotting because they do not like the way that Israel is conducting its war against Hamas, in which civilians in large numbers have been killed. So today, the Israeli Prime Minister at the White House will meet with both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. And the topic of conversation is how do you get to the point and quickly in terms of a ceasefire in fighting between Israel and Hamas. And we'll also, I think it'll be interesting to see if there's any daylight in the approaches that Biden and Harris have in dealing with Netanyahu and in dealing with Israel.
And John, as far as the speech yesterday, Netanyahu really delivered some powerful lines taking aim at the anti-Israel protesters in Washington, and that seemed to draw some of the biggest applause.
Well, that's right. And we saw these protesters yesterday. I did, not far from the Capitol, over at Union Station, our train station, main train station here. All of the violence, the graffiti, the vandalism, really not a good look for those protesters. You know, if they're trying to get people to see their point of view, that's certainly not a good way to do it. And more security, by the way, that's in place around the White House complex today. They've been preparing for this visit for a number of days, and so it will be very difficult for, if not impossible, for protesters to get really close to the White House during the course of the day. Lots of security, lots of Capitol Police, lots of Secret Service, lots of Metropolitan Police, all surrounding the White House complex.
John, what were your thoughts on the speech last night from the president in the Oval Office?
Well, it was a difficult speech. You have to look at where Joe Biden was 1 month ago. 1 month ago, it was June the 25th, and we were 2 days away from the first presidential debate. Who could have predicted that a little over a month later, he'd be doing a primetime speech explaining why he's leaving the presidential race? It's just remarkable what has happened over the course of the last month. So a difficult speech for someone who came to Washington after winning an election to the U.S. Senate at the age of 29. Now we know he'll be leaving Washington on January the 20th, 2025, the end of his public life, and he's got 6 months left in his presidency. So difficult speech. He's never been a great orator. I thought the substance was good. The delivery okay, but really I think it was a tough speech for President Biden to deliver, given all of his obstinance that he had over the course of the past few weeks that he would not be getting out of the presidential race.
Nobody does it better. Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Coming up, Charlie Parker in studio with an Olympics preview. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
And we're back.
Woohoo! I got 3.5
I got
inches
a
of rain.
bunch. I got a bunch too,
Wow.
man.
I got like 5.5 inches from, what's the day, Thursday?
Yeah.
From
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday afternoon in less than 24
Yeah,
hours.
yeah.
From Tuesday afternoon to early yesterday afternoon, almost 6 inches of rain.
My goodness.
There were places in my backyard I thought my patio was going to flood.
Wow.
It was backing up
Wow.
so much.
Wow.
It was hard. I don't recall seeing that much rain.
I got-
and I've lived in the house for 20 years.
I got a
in one
bunch,
day.
and like all within like a 2-hour span
Yeah,
too. It
wasn't
was
that
not.
long. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
just
yeah, because we got
down,
hit.
man.
We got hit twice yesterday, twice the day before, and I'm talking hard rain, man, real hard.
I'll take some more.
Yeah, me too. Oh, and I did watch a lot of the Open because it was on early in the morning. I get up.
Did you see? I told Chris. Did you see Daniel Brown smoking a cigarette?
Yes, I did.
I thought that was freaking awesome.
Yes, I did. At first, I thought I was seeing things.
Yeah.
And then I went, wait a minute, he is smoking a cigarette.
And then I think it was Dan Hicks who was ever calling.
Brought it up, yeah.
Yeah, it goes. It might be more difficult to smoke a cigarette out here in this weather. Than
It
is
was
to play
windy as
golf.
hell that day too. It really was, man. It really
They were
was.
having fun with it.
Yeah.
I've never seen a golfer on a golf.
John Daly is the only other person
yeah.
I've ever seen on a golf course smoking during a tournament. Yeah. But yeah, that was funny. I did watch a lot, man. I watched a lot because I get up, even sleeping in, I'm waking up at 3:30 in the morning and it was on.
Wow.
Because, it's
And then after it was over, the next day they actually, one of the websites was
Oh, it
showing
was making
best dressed golfer.
Yeah. They're all pretty.
Okay.
They're all pretty best dressed, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Although, what's his name? The guy that was in contention. The guy, the American dude
Yeah.
with the sweater on. That was a good look.
That's who they gave it
That
to.
was a good look, man. I have to admit, that was a damn good look.
I like him.
So do I. I can't remember his name.
He liked the weather. After they talked to him after
Yeah.
like the second, third round, and he's going, I love this kind of weather.
Yeah.
I live for this.
Man,
Well, you're probably the only one.
Definitely the only one. Because that wind, man, it was changing that golf course from front to back nine. It would switch on him. It was a trip. I'm glad Shoffley won, though. I like him.
Yeah, I like Shoffley.
And that means we got an American sweep. All four majors for the first time since like 1982. All four majors won by Americans. I like that. USA.
And two of them by him.
Yeah, which is cool. The guy who never won a major now was won two. I like that in the same year. Chris,
What
stand
number
by.
of majors?
Nope.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and the Paris Olympics just about upon us. Charlie Parker's excited. He'll talk about it coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden delivered an Oval Office address for the first time since exiting the presidential race. VP Kamala Harris will be bringing her presidential campaign to Houston today, and FBI agents raided a popular tamale restaurant in San Antonio. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. A straight shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun. A straight shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in mid to upper 80s. Then on Saturday, some showers in the morning, some sunshine in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. It is 74 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 74 at Fort Sam Houston, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:19.
Yeah, winning a gold medal is absolutely incredible. There's nothing better than standing on a podium listening to your national anthem play after you just won a gold medal.
Legendary Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps, his thoughts and more Olympic history about to be made. Opening ceremonies tomorrow. And Charlie Parker, not only in studio, but in studio wearing a Team USA cap.
33rd Summer Olympiad, and you mentioned Michael Phelps. Nobody knows more about winning gold medals than Michael Phelps. Got 24 of them, 28 total medals in his.
Do you think he knows where they all are?
Oh, I guarantee you he does. I would think, unless he's high at the time.
Well,
possibly might not be able to find them. The first summer games were in 1896. This is the 33rd Summer Olympiad. For those of you who are already starting to do the math, you're going, well, then this should be the 36th.
Well,
no, it's the 33rd. Did not have Olympics in 1916, World War I. Didn't have Olympics in 1940, 1944, World War II.
Damn Nazis.
So it's the 33rd. 17 days. Opening ceremonies are tomorrow. More on that in just a second. But they actually had some competition yesterday. And the United States was involved in both of them. We lost to France in men's soccer, and we tied France in rugby 7. I don't know enough about rugby, but I'm guessing that means that some rugby games have more than 7 players, and this is just down. Don't know. But
don't know either. It's rugby.
That's what happened. 329 events in 32 sports. Every single event will be live streaming on Peacock.
Wow.
Keep in mind, Paris is 7 hours ahead of San Antonio on your clock. Opening ceremonies tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. on NBC and Peacock. It'll repeat in prime time tomorrow evening on NBC and Peacock at 6:30. As for your other television and streaming coverage, all the way through the Olympics, through August the 11th, NBC, CNBC, E! Network, USA Network. Golf will be on the Golf Channel. And as I mentioned, the streaming on Peacock, every single event, all the time. And for the first time ever, you can, at some IMAX and AMC theater locations, you can go there to watch the Olympics.
Now, we don't know. It's not everything, though, right? It's not every event.
It'll be, so you'll have to look into that for, if you want that IMAX experience or whatever, you'll have to figure that out just exactly what it is. And then there's some business called iHeartMedia.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Which is the exclusive audio partner for the Olympic Games. 24/7 play-by-play audio channels. You can create an original Olympic iHeart podcast that'll be hosted by Bowen Yang and Matt Rogers. And here on WOAI, beginning tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and every single solitary hour through August 11th, we'll have live updates for you on WOAI. Now, the U.S. flag bearers in the opening ceremonies tomorrow are LeBron James and Coco Gauff.
Nice.
Yep.
Tennis player. Those, by the way, those individuals are chosen by all of the athletes participating in all of the sports for the United States. That's who they decided. Yeah, I think that it is.
What, Snoop Dogg couldn't do it?
Snoop Dogg will be, one of the many that will be carrying the torch. So
He's used to carrying a torch.
I'm locking myself into my recliner, and I'm probably not going to move unless I have to come to work.
I could just see it now. Charlie Parker wins a gold medal in watching the Olympics.
Oh, yes. I love them, both summer and winter. But I love the summer more.
Speaking of Snoop Dogg, apparently he's going to do some analysis. I know equestrian. He'll be involved in the equestrian events.
Well, that, if what's going on politically doesn't tell you, now that the world has changed. What do you think the 3 most popular Olympic sports are?
Track and field,
swimming,
and diving.
It's athletics, which is track and field.
Okay.
Aquatics, which is swimming, diving, all the water stuff.
Then it's got to be gymnastics.
And then it's gymnastics.
Charity, in your household, are the Olympics a big deal?
Yeah, especially for my kids. I think they'll really be entertained. And, we're trying to get our kids into sports, but we want to make sure they're up to the task before we make the investment. But we think this is a great way to promote different sports and hopefully generate some interest.
By the way, that's all the good news. The bad news is I've just been let know about a half hour ago that the godfather of British blues,
Yes.
John
Yes.
Mayall,
Bummer.
of John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, passed away on Monday at the age of 90.
Yes.
34 albums from that cat from
Wow.
1966 on until now. And my understanding is he was as late as early this year.
Yeah, still working
was
it.
still out touring.
Yep.
Wow.
And even sadder is the fact that he was, well, he still will, scheduled to be inducted
Yes.
into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame later this year.
My question
this
to that
was the
is,
year. He
yeah,
just missed
yeah.
it.
What took so long is what I want to know. He should have been in a long time ago,
It's like
so he
all
could
of
have
those-
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorites, John Mayall and the Blues Breakers.
And Keith Richards, a big fan, also.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Keith Richards lives on.
Yes, he does.
As we lose
That's
a lot
right.
of
He's
rockers.
90.
Yeah. as
close.
rockers and blues acts, and Keith Richards lives on. All right. Coming up, Joe Pags at 8:40. He will dissect President Biden's Oval Office speech last night. He'll also have a preview of his show coming up. Charity, with everything you need to know, coming up at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
And we're back
Y'all have your earworm yet?
for tomorrow. No.
Oh, no, it's for tomorrow.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
Why? What do you
I
got?
keep thinking today's Friday.
No,
So it's
the dude you just
catchy
mentioned.
tune is John Mayall's I was looking back to see if she was looking
Oh, I
back to
love
see
that
if I
song.
was
Looking back at her. That is
Nice.
a catchy one. I like that.
And it's relatively short.
Yeah, that'll work.
I think Clapton's on that one. I can't remember.
I think he is.
He was on the very first Blues Breakers album in '66.
Yeah.
So before Cream. Well, Yardbirds, then Mayall.
Yep.
No, Mayall, then Yardbirds, then Cream.
Okay.
Kay loves that song. Kay just said she loves that.
Which one?
The one you
I
guys
was
just
looking back
sang.
to see.
If someone's looking back at me.
Okay. I'm ready to go.
Are you ready to go? Good. We'll go knock it out. Then I can hit the fucking road and get you.
Where's your doctor at?
Data
Okay,
point.
8:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, President Biden says he will serve out his term as president, and Kamala Harris is coming to Texas. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, a stray shower storm possible, a high in the upper 80s, slight chance of rain tonight, a low of 73, right now 75 degrees. President Biden says he's putting democracy above ambition by stepping down from his re-election bid. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on Decision 2024.
Sitting behind the resolute desk, President Biden says while he reveres the office, he loves his country more.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
The president did not say whether or not he thought he could beat former President Trump in an election rematch, but says the defense of democracy is more important than any title.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
President Biden praised his vice president, Kamala Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic nominee, calling her tough and capable. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, Kamala Harris is bringing her presidential campaign to Texas today. She'll be speaking with teachers who are gathering in Houston for a union convention.
Teachers are the backbone of the Democratic Party's logistical operation in terms of mobilization and turnout.
Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that teachers are already backing Harris. Jones says this also gives Harris the opportunity to fundraise in Houston, which has a large number of deep-pocketed Democratic donors. And former President Trump told Fox and Friends this morning that he does not believe Kamala Harris would make a viable candidate for president.
She's the most radical person probably that we've had in office, let alone the office of the presidency. She was a horrible campaigner when she ran. You know, she ran against Biden, and I thought he was terrible, but she was terrible. She was horrible. And she was the meanest person up there. You know, she was meaner to him than anybody else.
The latest Real Clear Politics poll has Trump ahead of Harris by nearly 2 points. The DNC kicks off next month, and the Democratic Party is getting closer to formalizing its nominee.
The Democratic National Committee is finalizing plans to hold a virtual roll call to select the party's nominee as early as August 1st. Any Democrats hoping to challenge Vice President Kamala Harris must file with the DNC by July 30th. The eventual nominee will have until August 7th to select a running mate. The DNC convention begins on August 19th in Chicago. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
Meantime, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke in front of Congress yesterday as his nation remains at war with Hamas in Gaza. The Prime Minister says individuals protesting Israel's military efforts don't understand what they're protesting.
Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
And despite U.S. demands, Netanyahu says he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. Well, the FBI is confirming that a popular tamale restaurant is the focus of an investigation, but has not said what the probe is about. FBI agents and SAPD gathered yesterday at Delia's on Hausman Pass near Loop 1604. FBI agents also turned up at other Delia's locations in Far and McAllen. Delia's parent company is reportedly the defendant in a federal wage lawsuit. More than 2 dozen former employees, many of them illegal immigrants, claim they were forced to work at Delia's for long hours without pay. Well, big changes are coming next year on Southwest Airlines.
No more scrambling for a seat on a Southwest Airlines flight. The airline's scrapping open seating after more than 50 years. Southwest will assign seats and offer premium seating options with extra legroom on all flights. The airline says customers taking longer flights prefer a seat assignment. The airline's been testing the new seating arrangements and is confident the change will meet expectations of passengers and not compromise the airline's operational efficiency. Southwest is also adding red-eye flights. Starting on Valentine's Day next year, it will add 24-hour service with its first overnight flights. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
And Pixar's Inside Out 2 is now the top grossing animated film of all time at the global box office. On Tuesday, it finished with over $1.46 billion to surpass fellow Disney film Frozen 2 for the top spot. The film also passed Barbie to climb to number 13 on the list of all-time grossing films. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. We welcome in Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news are thanks to Charlie Parker for his Olympics preview. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I am Chris Duell. And Joe Pags is dissecting President Biden's speech from last night. Good morning, Joe.
Well, Chris, I was startled by what we didn't get out of it. We thought we'd get a real reason why he was dropping out. What the president said was basically he's ready to go for another 4 years, but he is going to put the country before himself, and it's time to hand it off to the next generation. Well, he's a guy who ran in 20 because he wanted to do 8 years. He doesn't say he's got a medical condition, doesn't say he's got a cognitive issue. He doesn't say he's being forced out, although we know that's happening. He just says he's dropping out and he's going to support Kamala Harris, and he's got a lot more to do in the next 6 months. it was very strange because if you go out there, at least you tell the people that voted for you, the 14.5 million who voted in the Democrat primaries for Joe Biden, I can't continue because this. The doctor says I can't continue because that. My grandkids need me to do this instead of being in the White House, so I'm going to drop out because of that. The only reason we walked away from that speech last night that he's dropping out is because he can't win. And I thought he would try to dispel that and say, it's not about not winning. I know I can win. I'm dropping out because the doctor says, or my family says, or some other extenuating circumstance. It was very interesting. We had a dynamite show yesterday, not because of me, but because we had Representatives Matt Gaetz, Nancy Mace. We also had Tulsi Gabbard on the program. Got another big show coming your way tonight. By the way, if you missed any of those interviews, go to iHeartRadio and listen to the podcast and go check them out. Plus, I think they're uploaded separately as well. Today on the program, the governor of the great state of Texas, Greg Abbott, will be on. Don't miss that. Also, Harmeet Dillon. She was almost the RNC chair a couple of years ago. She's a lawyer. You probably have seen her on Fox News a lot, who's from the same area of California that Vice President Kamala Harris is from. You know, the lady who says she's got the delegates that she needs to lock up the nomination, which she doesn't. Joe Biden is still the presumptive nominee because, as I said, 14.5 million people voted in those primaries through the cold of Iowa and the cold of New Hampshire, and they pulled the lever for Joe Biden. When you go to the convention, they could probably broker it, and maybe she'll get the delegates. But one thing is very, very interesting. Barack Obama has not endorsed her yet, so it'll be very interesting. Harmeet will give us some insight into Kamala Harris before she became senator, before she was the AG, before she was the VP. That and more on the Joe Pag Show today at 5. News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then, Joe. 5 o'clock this afternoon and every afternoon, 5 to 8 p.m. right here, the Joe Pag Show. And Charity, lots still continuing to go on. You know, we talked about it at 8:10 with White House correspondent John Decker. The meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. And that ahead of a trip to Mar-a-Lago for Netanyahu to then meet with Donald Trump.
Talk about completely different, just personalities in general that Netanyahu is going to have to deal with over the course of the next couple of days. But it would be nice to get a recap. There's a possibility we could from the Biden administration, but and maybe former President Trump will also talk about his conversation with Netanyahu. But I think it'll be fascinating, and he might get two very different messages.
I can already tell you the Trump recap of the Mar-a-Lago Netanyahu. He told me I was fabulous. He told me
it was tremendous.
The best meeting Netanyahu ever had.
Huge.
He said he wants me to win, and no one's a bigger friend of Israel than I am. That's how I already got the recap.
Well, there we go. It hasn't even happened yet. You've got a recap.
And the serious part, October 7th, would have never happened had he been president.
And I know we're going to hear more from former President Donald Trump than we'll hear coming out of the White House of how the meeting went. But wouldn't it be nice if we learned from both sides how it went?
It would be nice. Yes. And we might get it.
It's possible.
I mean, you look at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and now the stakes are higher for her because she's going to be their standard bearer. A lot of people are saying, and the Republicans are saying, that they are not friends of Israel,
right?
Which is not good for the brand as you're running for the presidency in this country. So they are probably going to give their take on how that meeting goes.
And it's a preview of what we might see as far as protest next month's DNC in Chicago.
Oh, yeah, that's
Fasten
true.
your
That's true.
seatbelts for that. More coming up. We will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 8:45.
And we're back.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, I guess we can put that in the promo as well. Tony Gonzalez.
Oh, that's right. Maybe we should get Randy to come in 7:50. Just kidding. Now, we've had him on before, even before this week.
Because I remember he said, I'm a huge Spurs fan.
Because that's how I remember him.
Yes, I remember that
as
moment.
a Spurs fan. So maybe I'll ask him about that. So what are your thoughts on the Spurs this next season?
That's a
good exit question.
Absolutely. Agree.
Okay. Hang on, I just got to hear this real quick. That's all I needed to know.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Eric says, good news. The threat of Uncle Charlie calling has convinced my bosses to let me off next Wednesday morning.
Hey, that's one thing you do not want is Uncle Charlie calling you. Trust
So
me.
Eric, we'll nail down the time, but we'll probably have you in studio either 8:20 or 8:40.
I'm thinking 8:20.
Okay,
And stick around. Maybe we'll do, you know, 8:20.
It
and
could
then,
carry over to 8. Yeah.
And then Pags, and then we'll do him again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So arrive around 8 o'clock, Travis, on Wednesday.
Not Travis, Eric.
Eric, I looked at
Travis
Travis's
can
name.
come too if he wants.
Travis,
but
you can come too. I looked at Travis's name.
Yeah,
so,
but yeah, Travis, if you want to come by, you're always welcome.
Eric. But Travis, you're also welcome.
All right. God, remember that? Everybody sitting around in
that's
masks.
going to come back and haunt her.
Yeah. Seeing as how she never really showed up at the border, that's definitely going to hurt her.
You had one job. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, in an Oval Office speech, President Biden said now is the time for fresh and younger voices. Fresh off his speech to Congress, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet today with President Biden and VP Kamala Harris. And Mayor Nirenberg is supporting the idea of building a new downtown baseball stadium. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today. Straight shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, more clouds than sun, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then on Saturday, showers in the morning becoming more intermittent in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. It is 74 degrees at the Pearl, 73 at Snake Farm, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:51.
San Antonio's first news. Our thanks to Andrew Zimmel for doing the heavy lifting this morning, flying the Millennium Falcon and directing and driving the online YouTube video broadcast. You can always catch us on YouTube. Go look for 1200 WOAI. Charity, you've been reporting on a story this morning about Southwest Airlines going to do away with open seating. That's one of the perks of Southwest Airlines. That's one of the things I like about Southwest Airlines. Get in there, get an A or a B. Don't be in Group C.
Yeah, you don't want that.
With the dregs of society, and you might get a middle seat. And Beth and I, we pay more money to get in Group A, so we're not with the vermin in Group C.
I know, and it's going to slow down the boarding process because someone's going to be looking for F5, that kind of thing, and everyone just takes so long as it is to get to where they want to go. So I'm not very happy about it. I mean, I guess I'll get used to it. I'm excited about red-eye flight options coming with Southwest next year, but as far as this, 2 thumbs down.
Yeah, 2 thumbs down. Let's make it 3 thumbs down because I say no. I'm with you, Chris. I like the fact that if you're early and you check in early, you get rewarded.
Yes.
So now there's no reward for checking in early.
Because there is nothing worse. Well, maybe there's a few things worse.
No, there's nothing worse.
Torture, but it is the middle seat on any flight is just. If you want to just ruin my month, put me in that god awful middle seat. And the beauty of if you're in Group A or Group B, you end avoid the middle seat.
Exactly.
I know. And, are they still going to have the family boarding? Because I rely on that as a mother of small kids.
They better.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't understand the logic behind this because it really.
It's research. Apparently they conducted research and 80% of customers said they want assigned seating with Southwest.
Did they ever talk to you?
No, they did not.
Okay. So then who are they talking to?
I don't know.
This is actually the second time Southwest Airlines has made a move that I'm angry with. When I was a young boy, an
hot pants, man.
You remember what Southwest Airlines flight attendants used to wear?
And they really moved their tail for you.
Yes, they wore hot pants and little go-go boots
and a little scarf tied around their neck.
I was a 14-year-old boy, and I appreciated that uniform.
Amen.
And then they did away with them, Charity, and I've been scarred ever since. And
now
this Southwest Airlines.
I just imagine your flight attendant button was just like dinging left and right back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I need some help with my seatbelt, man. Can you help me? I just can't.
Can you adjust my bib? Yeah.
She was there.
Yes. I look back at those photos of 1973 Southwest Airlines stewardesses at the time.
Yeah, stewardesses. Thank you.
I can't. It's like going to a gentleman's club. I can't believe it. And it was like, and you would see the businessmen smoking, wearing their suits and smoking their cigarettes.
Well, that's when people used to dress up to fly.
Yes.
Remember that?
It was like Mad Men.
Now we know why they dressed up.
Well, well, of course. That'll get a guy to dress up. Trust me.
We need to get Southwest Airlines on the show and see if we can get them to reconsider this.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. We
Charity
could always pick it.
Charity could talk them back into the old policy. I think it could happen.
Well, maybe there'll be customer backlash, and profits speak volume. So
yes,
yeah.
let's
like
lead
it.
the backlash.
I like it.
And while we're at it, let's get the flight attendants back into those
hot pants.
Circa 1973.
Although the guys wouldn't look so good in those. I'm sorry.
That's true. Watch what you ask for.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. We will be ready for you tomorrow. We got a big show tomorrow, including Fridays with Beamer, Randy Beamer, Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez, and a whole lot more tomorrow. Coming right up, we got Glenn Beck and a few Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with everything you need to know. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
Everybody have a great day.
Adios.
We will see you mañana.
Muchachos.
We'll see you mañana.